Hello everyone. Guess who uploaded a video and forgot to completely give it any kind of description, barely even gave it a title, kinda forgot that he scheduled it, and he was supposed to do that stuff before today. That guy over there, him. It was him. Alright, it wasn't him. Or maybe it was him, I don't know. It is 50 degrees in here, as always. As always, very common. Left a comment on the video but refreshed and then it was gone. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Keep in mind that YouTube barely works nowadays, so yeah. There are actually like no comments on it. Wait, hold on. Nope. Don't you love when YouTube is YouTube? Left a timestamp at the start of the comment? No, that's a very common thing to do. I should also be able to see any comments that were held. There's absolutely nothing in here. I always forget to close Steam, man. I haven't even played today. It's been open since yesterday. Alright, so let me see. By the way, if you're in my Discord and you use that to know when I'm streaming or not, sorry. Because it's been a very confusing week. On Sunday I streamed and I said I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Then hello Maleficus. I was streaming this whole I was doing this whole package manager for the operating system. I kind of realized a major flaw with it. Which is the fact that the package manager is hosted in user space. The kernel can handle file system and user space by making two processes talk to each other. But in order to execute a program from the kernel, that program needs to be opened, read, closed, well, found in the first place, found, opened, read, and closed by the kernel itself, not by a process. So the process just says, hey, execute this for me. And the kernel is responsible for finding that, opening it, reading it, closing it, loading it, and executing it. So the kernel was doing the first of those operations, and then there was no way to get back to the kernel to continue with the second one. So I had to implement kernel context switching within syscalls, which means syscalls are now technically interruptible, but I'm using it only for file system. There's no other reason to use this right now, TBH. But yeah, that's the thing. You can interrupt syscalls now. It's still a little bit buggy. So as you can see here, I was debugging it literally right before the stream. It works fine, but it still doesn't open. It opens the file, and this is the size of the file that I'm trying to execute, but then it reads 0 out of that size, so it never executes anything. So yeah, still debugging that. I was hoping it was just something small and I was done, but to be fair, I'm done with the context switching. That part is working fine, and if you've written context switching code before, you know how finicky it is. Context switching, like you get one CPU register wrong and your entire system becomes completely irresponsive. It doesn't even print an error a lot of the times. You straight up don't know what happened. So yeah, it's not very fun to do. That part is done, but the sending data between the kernel and a process instead of two processes is still not working well. It's probably some safety checks that are being too greedy, in the sense that, for example, there was this one of like, if the buffer where you're supposed to write something back from the response is not in user space, then that's a mistake. That's not true. Now the kernel can be providing that buffer, so it could be in kernel space. So yeah, still a few things to figure out. So I said I was going to stream that on Monday. Of course, it wasn't ready on Monday, so I said I was going to stream it on Tuesday, but it wasn't ready on Tuesday. Luckily, I didn't say I was going to stream it on Wednesday, so today I said I was going to stream it on Friday, and hopefully by then it will be fully done. But then I said I was going to stream something else today, so today we're streaming something else. I just wanted to complain about context switching because, God, I hate writing context switching code to the point that it makes my voice break and everything. All right. Cool. Anyway. By the way, since I was mentioning that YouTube is a platform that doesn't work, you should know, if you're not a content creator, that YouTube allows you to A/B test your titles and thumbnails. And it never gives you good results unless you are a huge channel with hundreds of thousands or millions of views. It's completely meaningless otherwise, because it says there isn't enough data, it's inconclusive. My dude, you were the one who was supposed to show the video to people. Like, that's for you. There's that. There's the fact, speaking of timestamps, that when someone says something like this, when YouTube Studio tries to render a message that looks like this, the actual link to the timestamp will be somewhere here, because it's being calculated wrong. Because it's not accounting for this. It's not accounting for the fact that the username is for some reason part of the string. These people are phoning it in so much, and there's no alternative to YouTube. It's a genuinely horrifying platform now. there's barely even anything to watch in the first place. Absolutely everything is AI. You will see people praising AI for not using AI. By the way, that's a thing that happens all the time. YouTube was gonna do something about AI, but then they decided, oh yeah, we're providing you tools to make AI content. And vibe coding the entire platform, actually. So it's a very fun experience, truly, both as a user of YouTube and as a content creator. Absolutely incredible platform, truly. Again, so glad there's no alternative. No real alternative, because who's gonna watch stuff anywhere else? Come on. And anyway, they know that there's no alternative. That's why they do this. All right. So what am I working on today? Not this. This file disappeared. Now it's back. I wrote all these notes on how I wanted the package manager to work, and then I lost them. And now they're back. Okay. That's just Zed being said. I think it just showed me like an old or some. I don't even know. Now it won't close it. Now it won't close it. Okay. Get rid of it. Alright, so today I want to work on my 3D renderer. Because I found out that there are built-in functions for most mathematical functions are built into GCC. Which is not a thing that I was aware of. In the slightest. Even though when I built this thing, and when I did audio stuff, sine waves are super useful for both. And I remember we looked into how to implement one, and I decided it would be too difficult, and I didn't want to deal with that. And there are, of course, also what is it called? Lookup tables for these types of functions, but I didn't want to do it like that because it's not super precise. And I remember people in chat giving me like algorithms and alternatives for implementing sine and cosine and all this stuff, and at no point neither chat nor me ever realized that there are built-in functions to this. But yesterday I was thinking about doing 3D stuff, and I was like, ugh, but I would have to implement... Wait, does GCC just have built-in... And then I looked it up, and yes, it does. It has built-in sine, cosine, tangent, square root, power of 2, a lot of basic math functions are built into GCC, so you don't necessarily have to implement them yourself. I do think I implemented power, but yeah, you don't necessarily need to. And so sine, cosine, tangent, I'm not going to be implementing myself. Square root, I will maybe also need. Yeah, probably, I think. And power as well. Again, probably, I think. Even if I don't need them today, they are useful. So if I don't have them implemented, I will implement them. Although I do have a square root between vectors using also built-ins. So I did do that, but somehow I missed that there's all these other functions implemented. I genuinely don't know how this happened. But yeah, now that I have this stuff, now that I know that I have sine, cosine, tangent, they're super useful for 3D stuff. They're also super useful for audio. So I can start working more on 3D and audio stuff. And I've just finished a game, so it's time to upgrade my game engine to do these types of things. Audio and 3D are things that I'm going to be adding soon, so right on time I realized that I can do this. And I decided today to build a scriptable 3D modeling tool type of thing. I don't exactly know what to call it, but essentially that you could model 3D things by scripting. So kind of similar to geometry nodes in Blender, but I have complaints about geometry nodes in Blender, although they are genuinely great. So that's definitely my inspiration. The SD card on the Pi uses SPI, right? SPI, it's not SPI. I don't think so. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. You complain about Z a fair amount. Is there a reason you're not switching to anything else? Because I've said that the next editor I use is gonna be one I make. I'm not going to be using something else just to have to bother adapting to it. There's also like no good code editors for the year 2026. There's old antiquated code editors and vibe-coded code editors. There's not much else. Not sure what happened there. Besides the fact that coders somehow decided to go from living in the past, using everything in the terminal, the worst user experience, worst user interface in the world, to just not even writing code anymore and just doing everything with LLMs, which they think is the future for some fucking reason. That massive jump must have broken several ankles, at the very least. But yeah, because of that massive gap in like where the industry has been, there's no good code editors anymore. They're also, yes, they're also mostly web apps and or vibe coded and or antiquated. So rather than go through the entire thing and figure out what other code editor I'm going to use, I'm just gonna make my own thing. I just haven't really bothered doing that. Well, I have a little bit, but not too much. All right, so I want to add scripting to this 3D editor. Well, not to the 3D editor. This is a 3D renderer in the CPU, although soon enough I will also want to use Vulkan as a backend to it instead of just CPU rendering. So you'll be seeing me suffering through Vulkan at some point soon. For those who like to see me suffer, yeah, be happy. It will happen soon with Vulkan. Probably will suffer a lot more than with Fuse. Anyway, yeah, this is the 3D renderer. But what I'm saying is just a program that uses the 3D renderer and is also scriptable. With Lisp, which is the only decent scripting language. It's the best scripting language by far. Is it the only decent one? Maybe I'm going a little bit too far. Because there are also several functional programming languages that are okay. But frankly, get on Lisp's level. This language is genius. This language is absolutely amazing. You cannot do wrong with Lisp. What an incredible language. Anyway, that is the language that I'm going to be using to script. And I already have it as the scripting language for my shell. So, and I built it in a way that it allows me to make everything scriptable if I want to. So I plan on making the 3D renderer scriptable with Lisp. When I start doing audio stuff, which I can finally do thanks to having Sine, I will also be making that scriptable, and it's gonna be similar to this thing that I've checked out on stream a while ago. This is Strudel, which is scripting music through the through JavaScript. So the problem with it is JavaScript. JavaScript is pretty damn awful, and this language is actually super inconsistent. Like, the same thing in two different places is done in completely different ways, and I still have not figured out the logic behind it. It makes no sense, man. So whenever I sit down to like, oh, okay, I want to make like something really simple, maybe I'm going to use Strudel. I sit down and I'm like, this language is so horrible and frustrating. So I just end up doing music manually, which is not a problem, it is nice. But I would like to be able to do it like this as well. And yeah, you know what would be much better? Fucking Lisp, because it's the only decent scripting language. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. So, what is the state of this thing? First off, I was trying to render 3D, no, and not 3D. I was trying to render a cursor with this thing. I remember I did that. So I used it somewhat recently. I tried to make it also render 2D, which is not really prepared to do. Although I will want to do that as well soon. But that's a different story. That will require me to mess with the back end of it. But I was trying to render a triangle to make a cursor. And I looked at this and I was like, this is going to be too much work. So I just moved on and I left this here apparently. But the good news is I made the thing... Oh, I guess I didn't. I was gonna say I upgraded it to using my new building scripts in Lisp, of course. But apparently I didn't. Apparently I tried and then I gave up on it. But I did check up on the project on Mac. So I technically did do that. But I'm gonna have to do that real quick. I'm gonna steal some boilerplate from another project for building this thing first. Is this enough? Probably better if I steal it from the other project that I've made scriptable, because then all the dependencies are the same. And just copy this thing, paste it here. Alright, so we're going to be using red build and the packager. I don't really need the packager right now. Might as well import it even though I'm not going to use it. I'm going to rebuild my standard library. I'm going to rebuild my interpreter and UI library. We're probably not going to be using this one. Then, from the other one, I did need something, which I can easily just copy. Red build set tester to examples slash script.c, which is when I do this, essentially it allows me to create a file here with a main function and load this library, because this is supposed to be a library, but load it as a binary and test it. So yeah, we'll be creating a script to do that called script.c. Although that's a scripting.c. That's not a very good name still, but whatever. Hello, Peter, welcome. All right, so it will be called 3-2D. It will be a red build din lib, which essentially, if I call this, will create a binary. If I don't call this, will create a library. Dynamic target, which means current compilation target, which is native, so for Linux right now. All right, so you will not include the UI library because we're not going to be using that. We are going to be including Imaginal from Beyond because that is the scripting language that we're going to be using. Then sources, red build, then src, obj.c, render.c, shaders.c, and mesh.c, which again, if this file is included, so we're going to be using this to test, it will also include it in the sources, otherwise it will not. Just compile these as a library and these plus this as a binary. All right, so you will be doing that, and you will not be doing any packaging because we're not trying to package this for distribution. And that is it. That is it. Are you using Lisp to make a makefile? Yes. So it's a bit rudimentary to call this a build system, even though I do call it that. It doesn't do things like incremental compilation or like even multi-threading and stuff like that, which is super useful for Make. But I do use it as a build system. So yes, use this. Sorry, someone who would use Erlang and Elixir. Um, they're more functional. I tried them. I liked them. I don't know about Erlang, but I did try Elixir. It was fine. It was okay. All right, Erlang. Let me see. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. Um, I do have to say, oh shit, fucking flashbang. What even was that? Oh. By the way, I switched back to Raylib for my cross-platform code, and it's pretty cool. It was really easy to do, although on Mac, I was able to implement the BGRA color format that I use. On Linux, I haven't. So that's kind of weird, because like when I use GLFW without Raylib, it's the same code for both. So I wonder if I just like I did do some changes on Mac that I kind of maybe didn't transfer over to Linux, so maybe that's why. But yeah. Um, anyway, now I'm using Raylib. I have window titles. That's a thing that I'm able to do. Window icons, really easy to do. And that's why I was saying I finished a game recently. Just something that I made to kind of have a basic idea of how to build a bigger, more sandboxy type of game. So I built a not story game, but just like a little game where you're given tasks, pretty much. A little bit puzzly, but honestly so simple that it's not really. Um, you know what I just realized? There's a bug in that. I was playtesting it the other day and it skips one of the tasks. I just realized that because I was like, wait, what happened to that task? Shit. So anyway, it may not be 100% ready, but all the stuff is there to like package it into app image .app .red and .exe, make it have windows, proper windows, window titles, icons, all of that stuff is there. Thoughts on Gleam? I don't know. Gleam was kind of awful when I wrote it, but I think it was just like their online REPL maybe that was awful. They also have horrible SEO, but that's a different story. Um, yeah, this thing was awful. And also another issue that I had with it is that like, first off, you have to import. Okay, that's one thing that's really annoying. Don't do that. I'm still typing. Give me like 3 seconds before you start like telling me what I'm doing wrong. Anyway, I can import a module like int, but then I use it like int, capital int, lowercase int. This was a bug for a really, not really bug, it was a really big issue when I wrote it, and it really pissed me off when I realized what the error was. That's my whole opinion on Gleam, to be honest. But the issue that I kind of have with like functional programming languages is the syntax is either all over the place or complicated for no good reason. Like, why are you doing it like that? Whereas Lisp, my beloved, can do functional programming just fine. Although I will say it doesn't have that whole like this operand. Lisp doesn't have this, which a lot of these languages have. But no, absolutely we do not. The syntax of these languages is kind of shit, I have to say. Mostly dick swinging by functional programming languages? A little bit, yeah. That's a good description of it. Elixir and Gleam, yeah. Mostly Gleam is the one that I remember, but Elixir as well. Do I have? Hold on. When I was exploring all these languages, I did keep them in a folder called Zig test because it was originally just for Zig. Here's the Gleam code that I wrote. Right, so this thing would be useful to also make Lisp less nested parenthesis-ish. Who knows? Maybe I'll add it to my Lisp as a little syntactic sugar for just pass this value into here. Maybe I'll add that because that's one thing that I think functional programming languages have that Lisp does not. But I do have a Lisp interpreter, so. But yeah, they get a little bit like, what is this symbol? Why do I need to do this? What the fuck are you going on about? Also, the thing that I said, you need to import integers, strings, and lists. Shouldn't these be built in? Like, why do I need to import absolutely everything I use? This has potential for being worse than, like, Android code. If you know what Android code looks like with the imports, this has potential for being worse than that. And then lowercase int, uppercase int. Don't do that, man. I did write the same code in Lisp, functional. The fact that Lisp has such simple syntax is just so beautiful to me. It's just perfect. I wrote it in COBOL as well, by the way, and in C. And Swift. I did it, by the way, functional, and it doesn't use any bullshit syntax. It doesn't introduce random operators just to show that it can. I don't know, I feel like... Was there some sort of identity crisis in functional programming that led to this happening? Or we need to use these symbols, these ridiculous symbols, just for the sake of it. Otherwise people won't take us seriously. Did something like that happen? Because that would explain this whole thing. Alright, so I should have everything I need to build my project. It's kind of reason why functional programming languages have pipe. OCaml without pipe will look a lot like ML. What does the pipe look like in OCaml? I was writing OCaml, by the way, and I just said, you know, I don't need to do this to myself, and I just quit. I just never went back to it. So I never finished writing OCaml. So I wrote the same thing in OCaml, and I didn't bother. Yo, Nero, what's up? A lot of it is try to get more Mathsy people interested. Oh yeah, probably. To be fair, all of these languages, aren't they like super based off of lambda calculus as a model of calculation instead of Turing? That's much more mathy. So you use all these stupid ass symbols. I'm sorry, that's what they are. Okay, if I need to look at my keyboard like this and look at my modifier keys like trying to figure out which one of the fucking glyphs I need to use, which runes I need to use to make your compiler happy, I'm not gonna like your language. I don't know what to tell you. Python, correct, efficient, and beautiful. Python is none of those three things. Okay, the pipe, I do have to say, it is useful. For that matter, it can be very, very intuitive for someone who has done some bash scripting, some Unix scripting, but no. Oh, if I did the program in Python, I did Julia, but not Python, I think, funnily enough. After C, I don't want to use anything else. Elixir, maybe? I'm a C and Lisp enjoyer. I will not move past this. C for compiled, Lisp for interpreted. You don't need anything else in the world. That's literally all you need. Oh, OCaml's caption is that. I thought you meant Python. Also, personal opinion, OCaml smells smells like cigarettes. Cause camel. And Cobol smells old, cause smells like a room that's been closed for too long, cause it's old. Yeah, I can smell programming languages, by the way. I have a very weird form of, is it called synesthesia? I don't know what it's called. I have a very weird and selective form of that, where I can smell programming languages. Synesthesia. OCaml is very French. Oh, so, like I said, cigarettes. Look, OCaml is not beautiful. Oh, there it is. OCaml programming. Correct, efficient, and beautiful. Oh, that's a book. It's a textbook. That's just fucking lying to students. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Alright. Alright, so if you are an Elixir, OCaml, scripting language, JavaScript, TypeScript enjoyer. If you're a JavaScript or TypeScript enjoyer, watch this stream. Lisp, become Lisp pilled. Let it happen. Allow it to enter your brain. Much like Brendan Eich did back in 1994, 7, 6, 8, 9. I'm running out of 90s. Somehow I always end up on this fucker's Wikipedia page. Anyway, 95. It's like the only year I didn't say, by the way. When he created JavaScript, he was trying to make it similar to Scheme. He intended on putting Scheme in the browser. And he ended up doing JavaScript. Scheme is a dialect of Lisp. You went from the best scripting language to the worst. How the fuck did you manage that, brother? This man is failure personified. Failing upwards, though, because he's like the CEO of Brave Software now. He was the CEO of Mozilla very quickly, until he, you know, was homophobic as shit, so he left it for 11 days. Literally 11 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days as CEO of Mozilla before they kicked him out for being homophobic. It may have failed, but he took over the internet, failing upwards. That's called failing upwards. Genuinely horrifying. It's done nothing right. This man has done nothing fucking right. Everything he does. If you want to be successful, well, no. I can't promise you will be successful. But if you want to do things right, look at what he did. Do the opposite. The exact opposite of what he did. Do that. And you will be correct. But you may not be successful, because sometimes the world's not fucking fair. I don't know what to tell you. Why is my hair dancing? A fan broke, so I have a much smaller fan closer to my face. So, yeah. Also, shouldn't even have pulled my hair back. It's still a little bit wet. I washed it a bit ago. I should not have done that. No, it's all ugly. Anyway, by the way, if I ever end up doing websites in my operating system, we're doing Lisp. We're not doing JavaScript. Fuck that. We're not doing JavaScript. Absolutely fucking not. We're doing Lisp. He designed JS faster than he got fired. Exactly. He did, actually. He designed JavaScript in 10 days and he got fired in 11. He's like God taking a rest day. If God was homophobic, which some people say he is, but I highly doubt, and also really, really shitty of a designer. If he made something absolutely fucking horrible, pretty much. Chrome has agentic extension debugging. I accidentally opened the developer tools on Discord. On the Discord client, you can open developer tools? Oh my god. No. No. Not on Mac. You always could? Not on Mac anyway. When you have dev mode on. Interesting. Can you... Well, this is not loading. In the first... Ugh. Oh my god. Wow, 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 wow. That's lagging the hell out of my system. What is happening? Discord, stop. Forget that. Forget that. Oh, the keyring. Okay. Well, we're not doing that today. Also, the keyring is still open. Also, it doesn't get anything from that. I'm already logged in. Anyway, if you were wondering why I hate JavaScript, there you have it. Sometimes stuff proves itself right so quickly. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to copy an existing code. Hopefully this one works. I haven't run this code in a while. But, so we have all the boilerplate for 3D rendering. Right, so this is for rendering octrees. Let's see if it works. Yes, very good. Very good. Okay, so this is rendering an example of octrees. Does it do anything? I can move around. I cannot rotate. I cannot rotate because I do not have sine and cosine. Yet. But soon I will be able to rotate. However, now that I think about it, octrees are quite a recursive... they're quite a recursive... structure. So it's kind of perfect to implement in Lisp, maybe. So that's a good candidate. I'm gonna explain what quad trees are, which are the 2D version, not the 2D version. The 2D version of octrees. But it's the same just in 3D. I had a dumb idea, something like a ref counter for packages and repos. Associate a specific C or C++ project with a specific package, letting you garbage collect all the junk once you're done with a project. You're kind of cooking. Maybe it's like an air fryer type of deal, but you may be cooking. And I would know about cooking in an air fryer. Anyway. I feel like that's not a bad idea. I might keep it in mind. I might keep it in mind for Redacted's package manager, maybe? We'll see. Okay, so quad trees, which are the 2D version of octrees, which is what I'm actually implementing, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, you have a square, and essentially you subdivide that square into 4 using 2 segments like this. And you can do this recursively. So you subdivide like that. Of course, it's 3 sections if you're doing depth as well, which we are in octrees, but not in quad trees. And this allows you to do kind of this allows you to do level of detail on something like a voxel world, for example. It can be useful for collisions, right? Because like if I have something really subdivided like this, let's say it's supposed to be like a square, it's not supposed to be like uneven, but I'm bad at drawing. Um, anyway, and I have a character here who's like this, apparently. But yeah, I have a character here. And then I have a character here. Do I need to check collision between these two? That would be quite expensive, right? At the very least, it's like, what, a capsule collision? So it would be kind of expensive to do. But with quad trees or oct trees, I can just be like, wait, hold on. We are nowhere near each other. I'm in these two segments. You're in this segment. So I'm going to check collision with anything inside of here, but I don't need to check collision with anything else. So quad trees and oct trees are quite useful for that type of stuff. So that is what we're not really, well, we're re-implementing because I already have the code for it. I seem to recall this code is quite broken. So yeah. That idea might not be bad about the repo thing. I definitely don't disagree with that because that's one thing I hate is having to run a one-off project and having to install 5 dependencies for it and then they just stay there. So I don't necessarily hate your idea. At the same time, I don't believe that. I do agree with Ginger Bill that package managers shouldn't have. I mean, languages shouldn't have package managers, but systems should. So probably useful there as well. At the very least, like keep track of everything that your application installs. When you uninstall the application, uninstall all of that stuff as well, with a little bit of reference counting as well. Although I do have to say, my system doesn't have dependencies of any kind because it doesn't have dynamic libraries. Everything has to be within your application. So kind of to prevent that from happening, that's my solution to prevent that from happening. I don't dislike yours by any means. Quite like it. It just maybe wouldn't be useful for me, but it is nice. It would work best, I think, for a programming language type of thing. But again, Mr. Ginger. I meant to say Mr. Bill. Mr. Ginger Bill has the right way of going about it. Your language shouldn't have a package manager. Why the fuck does your language have a package manager? All right, so this runs, though it seems to crash. There was an exception there in the code, or no, never mind. I'm used to looking at like capital letters here as like an exception in Lisp. But no, there was no exception. That was just raylib code, raylib logs. Never mind. Okay, so everything's running fine. And let's see about integrating Lisp into this thing. So I'm going to be using this as reference. It should be super easy to do. Package manager is a liability, in fact, 100%. Should be some REPL. Here it is. So first off, I need to include the REPL itself, which is like include image. I just realized I may not have return values. I need to look into that in the scripting language. Like within the scripting language, yes, but it can also communicate with compiled functions. I need to make sure that those can return values for the scripting language. Otherwise, there's not much point to this. I kind of realized I didn't do that. All right, so REPL. And we will need to create a, so we're going to do this before we do anything else. So we're just going to return 0. Just check that the thing is working. Imaginal REPL context, REPL CTX. All right, so what do we need for this? This is going to be context for running the stuff inside. So it starts with an environment, a fallback, an output, and should print. All right, so environment is a nil expression. There's nothing in the environment right now. No defined functions, nothing like that. Then no output, starting off empty. Fallback, I'll need to implement that. So call it that for now. And then should print to true. So now I need to implement the fallback, which is when Lisp is running and you try to run a function that doesn't exist, this fallback will be called and will allow me to run compiled functions from within Lisp or handle the error however I see fit. Right, that's up to me to do. Making a manager for the system package manager. A package manager manager. Do I feel like Ginger Bill mentioned that in his package manager rant? I feel like he did. Anyway, this fallback needs to be I actually kind of need a name for my scripting environment thingy. GeoLisp. That's what I'm gonna call it. No, not for the scripting language. It's that one's called Imaginal is technically the machine because it's not a virtual machine, so it's an imaginal machine, but it tries to be a virtual machine just without really being one. More so I need for like the scriptable 3D program that we're building. I'm gonna call it GeoLisp. Although I don't like the idea of having the name of the language in it. But okay, it's fine for now. GeoLisp script fallback. That is going to be the function, and it needs to be if only Clang was useful, it could tell me before I generate an error. It needs to return a code gen. Okay, so it has return values. That's good. It has return values. Code gen, by the way, not the best name, but that is the not really virtual machine equivalent of bytecode. It's just that this used to be the intermediate representation of my language, of my compiler, which is itself kind of a virtual machine type of thing. So yeah, it's bytecode, but it's called code gen. It takes a code gen, which is probably the instruction to run, another code gen, which is probably the arguments to the instruction, and another code gen pointer, which is probably the environment. Right, so we return a code gen, the expression that we're evaluating, the arguments to that expression, and the environment. And we're going to return a nil expression, and let's see if I'm right about that. Imaginal print, we're going to print the expression, we're going to print the arguments, all right, so we'll know if it's true. Package manager to make CMake do kind of what you're suggesting. Interesting. All right, so I have this context, and I'm pretty sure all I need is a string slice for the code that we're evaluating, which is gonna be test fn 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. So this is the code that we're testing with. And we should be able to do REPL run using that string slice and this thing as the context. All right. So if that works, it will evaluate this Lisp code. It will try to run test function. It won't be able to, so it will go into the fallback, and this will print the function, the name of the function, and this will print the arguments of the function. Yes, yes, I was correct. Very nice. And the result of the entire thing is a nil expression. Right, so if I return the first argument as the return type, will Lisp pick that up? Yes. Okay. Wow. I'm kind of not used to streams going well anymore. Last time I streamed, I spent like an hour and a half debugging what I thought was memory corruption in my allocator, ended up being the fact that the syscall that the allocator was relying on to get more memory was not returning the correct value. It was not returning any value. So instead of the return value, it had its first argument. Because in ARM, x0 contains the first argument and then the return value. Since the return value was never overriding it, I was getting the first argument, which is the size of the allocation, into as the pointer that was allocated. It took me like an hour and a half to realize that. And the reason this was happening is that the return value was being written always to the main thread, not to the current thread. So, an hour and a half. Yup. That was fun. So I'm not used to code working anymore on stream. Also, like after that stream, I spent like an hour implementing the first version of the kernel context switching thing that I mentioned at the beginning of this stream. And then 40 minutes to get it mostly working the next day. And then a lot of time yesterday to truly get it to work. There was a stubborn bug there. So I've been doing a lot of very frustrating code. I'm not used to code just working. Although at the same time, since I did the porting of my code to Raylib, that's always pleasant to work with. So that's been fun. Even Raylib's code is simple and easy to understand. Because I had to patch it. That was easy. Genuinely only good things to say about Raylib. Beautiful, beautiful library. Absolutely. GLFW? No, but Raylib abstracts that away from me. Isn't that cool? Alright. So we should be able to do something like, let me see, create mesh to tell the rendering engine to create, well, not the rendering engine, but like our program to create a mesh for us. We should be able to push vertices and indexes to that mesh, and then to either tell it to render. No, not tell it to render. Okay, I'm gonna decide how to build a program in a little bit, but there's an ad running right now, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, we're back. Did Jester? No, Jester's always been there. What's up? What are you doing all the way back there? All right, so I'm not used to this happening anymore, but it looks like my code worked on the first try. So, well, this is my code. There's not a whole lot happening, although we can run a very simple Lisp interpreter inside of my well, right now there's nothing, but the idea is to run it inside of a program that also has a 3D renderer, and then whenever it encounters a function that doesn't exist within Lisp, it will try to find that function within this fallback function, which I can then use to expose 3D rendering functionality to Lisp, thus making a scriptable 3D modeling program. Right, so I want to see that it's working perfectly fine. It is. Very good. Okay, so first it resolves the add, results in 5, and then it returns the first argument as the return value of this expression. So the final return value of this entire thing is 5. Very good. Obviously this is not super helpful. I'm thinking of how to structure it. And let me go into Blender for a bit, because this is actually my inspiration. When Blender introduced this, it changed the way that, well, it kind of changed the way that I do modeling in Blender in a lot of cases, but I have big issues with it, which is why I don't do everything with it. Everything's a lot. I like manual rendering. Sometimes it can be useful, but Blender a few years ago introduced geometry nodes, which you can use to make procedural geometry with this visual scripting language. Right, so I don't want the visual scripting language. I do find them somewhat clunky to work with sometimes. Because like, I've been working over this, but oh shit, I need to put something in between. So I need to take like everything from this side and move it over here, make enough space. Oh, that's not enough space, so take everything here, move it over there. Is that enough space? Right, so that's kind of annoying when it comes to like visual scripting languages. If they had like an infinite zoomable canvas type of thing, that would be so useful. Because then it would be like, oh, I need to put a node in between these two. I'm just gonna zoom in and do it here. Like zoom in more and do it there. Right? That would be an interesting way of doing it. But yeah, what's up? Anyway, Jester. His name is Jester with a J. Like a court jester. Like this guy. Jester. Was that an AI generated image of these two that I saw? Like somewhere here on the screen? Fucking hell, why would you do that? Anyway, yeah, so what can you do with geometry nodes? I haven't used them in a while because they are kind of frustrating to work with, but... Alright, so you can make primitive meshes. That was a question that I had. So, for example, I could like, create a cube and use that as the mesh instead of the input geometry. Right, so I can actually go into my model and eliminate the geometry entirely. And now what I have is, thanks to geometry nodes, I could I remember instance some points. So on each of these, I could create an instance of something like a sphere, for example. Why would you do this? I have no idea, but you could do this. You could do this. There you go. I can make the sphere smaller, and maybe you can understand what's happening. Which is like I'm putting a sphere on every point of the cube. I can also merge, join that with the original cube. and do something like this. Why would you do this? I have no idea, but you could. I just don't know what to build right now, so this is what I'm doing. Nice balls, thank you. Thank you. I do a little pointy for my liking, but they're good. I was actually trying to get a normal sphere. I ended up accidentally selecting an icosphere. There, rounder balls. That's much better. There we go. Right, so here we made balls on a cube for some reason. Portal 3 is woke now. Anyway, so this is pretty useful for making kind of like procedural models. It is the best way that I've found to make procedural models, but even then I have issues with it. Like some ridiculous arbitrary limitations. Sometimes there just isn't a node that does what you want it to do, and that is a problem. Sometimes a node just doesn't work the way that you want it to, and that is a problem. And the solution for that is usually some kind of hack or workaround, which requires like 10 times the amount of nodes than you currently have. On top of the fact of like what I just said now, right? Oh shit, I actually remembered I wanna not use a sphere but use something else, like a sphere with another thing attached to it, or like maybe I wanna, I don't know, subdivide it for some reason. See how I have to shift the thing and then put the new node in? Even though it's nice and it actually like auto connects to two ends to it, but it doesn't change the fact that it's, yeah, not great. So that's my issues with scripting, or with like visual programming languages. I have the same issue with blueprints on Unreal Engine. Yeah. I dare you to draw. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So, hello, Ice Dave. I like geometry nodes, but these limitations. First off, my not liking visual scripting too much. I like it because it sometimes shows you the flow of your program in a very visual way. Obviously, visual way. I'm not saying anything super revolutionary here, right? I'm not giving you pearls of wisdom, but yeah, it can be nice to be able to visualize how your program is working, how your thing is working in a visual way. That's very useful. Like you can see how all the things blend together into the final geometry. That's a pretty cool thing. Obviously what I built here is nonsensical and also very, very simple. But if you wanted to, you could... How do you copy and... just copy and paste, okay. Now I made a ball with balls. Can make that thing. You could output a graph also? If you mean in my language, yes. That's the thing. If you do this same thing with a proper scripting language, with text, you can technically wrap that pretty easily into a visual language, but you get to maintain whatever system you have with the text. You can implement your own nodes very easily. I don't think there is a way to implement nodes in geometry nodes. Well, there is a way to do that. It's not the most straightforward thing. Then again, nothing in Blender is the most straightforward thing. And even then, it's like some of the best UX you can think of, because they're such a big project that they actually need to invest in this type of stuff, and they have the money to invest in like UX and stuff. But even then, it's not super straightforward program. So yeah, I would like to be able to replicate this kind of behavior, but with a proper scripting language. Now, another issue that I have with geometry nodes that sadly, at the current state of things, I will not be able to do anything about, is that they're not really real time. You can use them within Blender and you can see the changes as you make them, like literally in real time. What am I doing here, bro? Um, but you cannot export. And well, you can export this model, but you're exporting the model, not the nodes. There is no way for you to modify them later. And you can have parameters, right? So right now I could, how do you do this actually? Do I just like add a parameter or an input? This maybe? No. Okay, Blender is not the most intuitive program, like I said. Okay, here. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. That's how you do it. That's pretty intuitive, actually. I just didn't quite know. I should have known that that's actually super intuitive. I'm just being stupid. Right, so I can add actually like parameters to this thing, and now I can modify it from here. But I can only do that within Blender. And a while ago I joined the game jam, which I actually never even ended up completing the project because I had a trip like halfway through, so I didn't have enough time. But it was like something to do with plants. I don't remember if that was the theme of the jam or that was just the game that I was trying to make. But essentially there were like plants growing and like flowers growing. So I kind of got like tunnel vision. So I did this before realizing the major limitation with the thing that I was doing. I started making these 3D models of flowers and plants that would actually like using parameters grow. So like you would have a flower and like it would start like little and then with a cylinder, and then the cylinder just built like this essentially. Well, actually, it would start like this, but obviously like better proportions. But just to illustrate my point, it would start like this, and then it would like expand until it got like this, and also it would get taller, and also it would have like a curve that it followed. And then once it got to the end, it would actually create a center of the flower thingy, whatever that's called. And then petals would come out of it. At first it would be 3 petals, then 4, 5, until it reached like 7 or 8, something like that. All of that done with parameters. Pretty cool. And then I remembered, shit, I cannot export any of this stuff into Unreal Engine, which is what I was using. So that never happened. Now, this is a limitation that geometry nodes have because it's a proprietary, not really proprietary in the sense of it, but it's like an internal format that Blender uses. And it only works within Blender. And there was an extension for Unreal Engine that would allow me to actually like import the blend file and control the parameters from within Unreal Engine, but it only worked in the editor. It then had to generate the model, and then the model would be in the game, so you couldn't really do the dynamic growth of the flower like I was planning on having. So that's a major limitation, that technically having my own scriptable 3D modeling thingy shouldn't really have an issue with. However, if I do this, it will go inside of a my game engine. And so the game engine, the 3D renderer, and the scripting language are all super unoptimized, especially the last two. So that would not work. That would be a problem. In real time, but you could do it. It looks like corn. It does look like corn, actually. Hold on. If I technically just do more subdivisions, there you go. Alright, so if you want to make corn, this is how you do it. And then we can just make it like a little bit... That's alien corn. Yeah, this is the, it's starting to look more like worms. Oh god, it's starting to look like worms now. Yeah, it's like, it started like that Rick and Morty episode, but now it's starting to look like just worms. But anyway, you can do this stuff, right? So that's kind of the plan for what I want to do. That's how I would want it to work eventually. But of course, both the 3D renderer and the scripting language are too unoptimized to do it properly. I have to say, actually, the 3D renderer is kind of optimized. As much as a single-threaded CPU renderer can be written without worrying too much about optimization. Okay, so it is a little bit optimized, but not a lot. Lisp, I straight up copied the execution model from Lisp 1.5. There are optimizations that I could and will do, but I haven't done them because I specifically wanted to do things the way that the manual explained to do them. So, historically accurate Lisp, right? Biblically accurate Lisp is what I tried to implement. Even though it no longer is, I will continue to develop it into my own dialect. None of that is a thing yet. So, all right. Probably the smartest thing that I can do is have some primitives to this whole thing. So instead of, you should be able to create your own mesh by just defining points, vectors and points. Although that's not the most straightforward way of doing it. So ideally, we could have some primitives. Would that really be necessary? I have a make cube primitive here. It's the one that's powering the entire thing, so it might not be a bad idea to just use that, right? Let's see. Alright, because we have these octrees. Can move around. And it always subdivides the first octree into 8 sub-octrees until it reaches a maximum depth, I believe. Make octree with a depth, yes. So it starts at 5. So it starts out with a single cube, subdivides it into 8. We can only see 4, but there's 8. If we do this, do we eventually get to see? Yeah, there it is. There's the other sides of it. It's a little bit glitchy the way that it moves. Or maybe because I'm moving out. No. Yeah, it's a little bit glitchy. But anyway, subdivides that into 8. Then it takes the first one, it subdivides it into 8. And it takes... So that's 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. So if I do depth 1, then we should get only the smallest one. Did we or did we not? I can't really, I don't know. Let's see. Let's try 4 instead of 5 then. Oh, that's not good. I do remember the code for the octree stuff being very finicky, but it's literally a recursive function. Like, how is this possible? Okay, no. You should... What is the problem here? Let's re-implement the thing. That's probably best, because I have no idea what this code is doing, and honestly, it wasn't good code in the first place. It only works when depth is set to 5. There I have everything, even though it's a recursive function. If I just skip the first one, everything breaks for some reason. There's like no errors, right? Just to be clear. Do you see any errors? Created a buffer. No errors. That's very weird. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna ignore all that. And we're just gonna do it manually. Right, so maybe I do want to implement a make mesh. Okay, so maybe I want to do the same thing that I did with Lisp. Now with this, which is implement a very basic, lowest tier possible type of function, and then build everything else off of Lisp. Not a great idea, but let's see how that goes. Right, so create mesh is actually a great name. Create mesh should be the name of one of the functions. Then you should be able to reference a mesh by ID because there's no pointers. We can't have pointers. So you have to reference it by ID. So create mesh would create a mesh internally in this code and then like return an ID for that. Then we can push. Well, let me see how this code is written. The one for this. Yeah, push triangles and push vertices to it. So that is perfect. Although I will need to add a couple more things to Lisp itself. At the very least, floating point values, which it doesn't support right now. I have to add that, I believe. Otherwise, we're gonna have some very boring. Well, not necessarily. Actually, we might be able to do it without it. If I can avoid the boilerplate today, I might as well do that. Anyway, hello, Red Falcon. Long time no see. Welcome back. How you doing? Okay. So. Wait. Oh. Oh, that's nice. The octree is always the same mesh. Everything is one mesh. That is very nice. That is very nice. Although it's not super useful. Well, it is useful. It's just not super dynamic. But it doesn't matter. We're just gonna do a make mesh function. Alright, so we need to parse the argument, which if I'm not mistaken, I should have a car ID, yes, which gives us the string slice function that we're trying to call. So here we can do slice literal match to compare it against create mesh. And we're going to make it case insensitive. All of them should be case insensitive. You get your file exploration sorted. File exploration in what sense? It's been a while, so a lot of stuff has happened. Funnily enough, the file explorer is failing right now, but because of a new thing I'm building based off of file system and user space. So, kind of, but not really. All right, so create mesh is a pretty simple one. Actually, this entire thing, if I don't implement these functions and I do them in Lisp, this whole thing should be pretty easy. Although push trig, I see that this is implemented here. Oh sure, I have this. Might as well do that, even though I don't see the point of it being called make. Whatever. Does it just create a mesh like that? Yes. Okay. And then we're gonna want to return the ID of this mesh. Does it have an ID? It does not. Okay. So we're gonna create a chunk array T meshes, which we're going to initialize. As a chunk array create, it's gonna be an array with objects that are the size of a mesh, and we're gonna do 32 as an initial value. There can be more, they're just put in a different section of memory and they're linked together. So they're linked chunked arrays. They're gonna link 32 meshes to the next 32 meshes. Hello, I placed dev. Welcome. Okay. So we're just gonna make a mesh, and then we're going to chunk array push into the meshes array, the new mesh, and this should return the integer. Perfect. The ID of this mesh, which I should be able to return back in a format that Lisp can understand, because Lisp is using my IR for my compiler. I already made some manual IR functions that I can use for this exact thing. So return a make atom int atom, yes, ID. So we will return an integer ID like that. All right. And so if we call create mesh, the result of this thing should be 0. And then if I run it again, the result of this thing should be 1. Or neither. Oh, wait. It gets put here because it goes after the arraylib initialization. So let me initialize the window first. First thing I do is initialize the window, then I initialize the REPL, so that there it is. Index 0, index 1. And I've created 2 meshes, which are, by the way, not being cleaned up. Do I care? No. You know the best garbage collector? The operating system. Yeah. Maybe not mine. There's a couple of things that are missing, but hey, Linux should be the best. Best thing for this. I was watching your video when you made an OS from scratch. How about making a programming language like C from scratch? Yeesh. I have a compiler, which is, by the way, like a lot of the code, like the reason that my Lisp bytecode is called CodeGen is because this is from the IR of the compiler, but it compiles to C. There are certain levels of low level that I don't necessarily care to go down. I like C as a portable assembly type of thing. I don't want to build something that goes straight to assembly, and I don't necessarily want to go doing that. By adding too many meshes, will it be bloatware and slow down? That can happen to any 3D modeling program. Like you just gotta have a good GPU. Except mine runs in the CPU, so skill issue, I guess. You gotta have a good CPU too. I mentioned earlier, since I do plan on using this 3D engine, 3D renderer as a for games, in cross-platform, I will need to use Vulkan. And I will have to do it manually, like manual 3D accelerated rendering with the GPU by talking to bytecode with the Raspberry Pi's GPU, but not with the NVIDIA GPUs. I'm not doing that. So we're gonna use Vulkan for cross-platform, which means I need to make a Vulkan backend for this thing, which is gonna hurt. But at least it will be 3D renderer. And also, I've been meaning to make a flight simulator. Very simple one. An incredibly simple flight simulator that doesn't do all the complex stuff that flight simulators do. Because like, I've been playing like Microsoft Flight Simulator lately, and obviously it tries to be realistic, but sometimes I just want to fly around without having to worry about, you know, radioing back to the control tower and switching frequencies and acknowledging their transmissions, which is a thing that you need to do in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, by the way. Which is, by the way, an always online game. Yesterday, apparently, my network failed for like 5 seconds. And then, yeah, that was a problem. X-Plane, I've tried as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I had Steam open at the beginning of the stream. Now I closed it. I've tried that and DCS. Um, but anyway, yes. The point is, I wanted to make a flight simulator, a very simple one where you don't have any of that stuff. And I've been playing Outer Wilds, or I played Outer Wilds. Unfortunately, it's the type of game that you can only play once. So I've played it. Past tense. But I really like the fact that it has like very small planets. Like again, pretty sure from the same Rick and Morty episode that we were talking about before. They had like all those super small planets. Oh, they had that one super small planet. When they were about to land on it, and instead they crashed on it because it was so small. Um, so I was thinking, I would want to make a flight space simulator without going in depth like a real flight simulator goes, or like Kerbal Space Program, for example. I like Kerbal Space Program. I like those flight simulators, but they have all that super complex stuff. So, yeah, something simplified. Um, so I kind of want to build a game like that, or a prototype like that at the very least. While I continue working, of course, on my hacking game. I am still working on that. And by the way, there is an aesthetic from this paper plane sim. You know, that's not a bad concept, but essentially, like, the idea that I came up with is like, you know, alternate solar system, similar to like the Outer Wilds one, bigger than that, to be honest, because it's a very boring flight simulator, because the planets in there, like, doesn't even take you a whole minute to go through the whole planet with your spaceship. So it would be very boring if I make a flight sim like that. But slightly bigger planets and make them more, yeah, something like that. And you can do inside of the atmosphere as well as go to other planets. And simplified flying mechanics to the point that you don't need to you don't need to be a fucking aviation expert to fly the damn thing. But um it still feels somewhat technical without really being like that, just being like very toyish, but simpler than KSP, simpler than these other games, but still having some mechanics that are like, if you want to get technical about it, you can. I don't know, I've been thinking about it the past 2 days. It's not like I've thought this out too much, but I want to prototype something like that. And we'll definitely need Vulkan for that. I cannot rely on a 3D GPU render. CPU render, I mean. Although, I do have to say, if this thing doesn't work. Actually, this is rendering at 200 FPS because the model is that small. um, I gave these things really stupid names and I don't remember what's what. Okay, so these models are super, super far. It doesn't really allow me to show what I wanted to show. Why are they so far? Can I do anything about it in a simple way? I should be able to move the camera, right? Not really. Shit. Damn, the original version of this like allow you to zoom. What happened to that? Used to be able to move the camera with this, man. What happened? I think seems like I moved a lot of that functionality out. Unfortunately, I cannot show it. But um I'm pretty sure Orion was supposed to be onion. Then I misspelled it, so I just called it that. Shelly is a skeleton, although this is her sister Kelly for some fucking reason. It's supposed to be a skeleton, then I decided, oh, let's make it a stupid ass name, like, not Shelly, but her sister Kelly for some fucking reason. Anyway, and Borb, Actually, he might be the one that looks very, like, round. Because I was gonna call him Bob. So it's a very round sounding name. Should be able to see them. Anyway, incredibly stupid names. Zed is trying to open this. It's not gonna work. I should have the original files too. Nope. Oh, here. Shares. Did Blender just crash on me? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's not fucking good. That's... Oof, that's very bad. Do the new models open? This one works. Yeesh. From an open... Well, it doesn't really matter right now. I may have to remake those characters. So... Whips. Anyway, what I was going to say, which unfortunately I may still be able to show. Hold on. Is there a down or sample or something like that? I thought there was. Downscale, this thing. Right, so I made a very simple like downscaling, which is an optimization thing because it's a CPU renderer. And it's not exactly the best. To essentially be able to only render one every 3 pixels. Or like only calculate one every 3 pixels. So that's what that looks like. It looks better when you have an actual model. Oh no, wait, the model is just too far. So you can kind of see the shape of a windmill. Sorry that it's so small and I don't know how to zoom it. That's really annoying. Is there genuinely no way to do that? I'm surprised I moved that out. But the only input is escape? Not even mouse. Whatever. Multiply the vertex coordinate? Yeah, but I don't want to mess with it. This is just one of the examples. Not the one that I'm trying to work on. But the thing is that because it renders one every 2, it kind of creates this like somewhat pixelated effect that I want. It's not exactly like a pixelated effect. So I want to replicate that. It's a downsampled effect. I want to be able to replicate that if I do Vulkan. Otherwise, that's a deal breaker. That's a deal breaker for being able to make a Vulkan backend for this thing. I need it to be able to downsample without having to make a special shader for it. Because it's literally just like doing less work. That's the entire point of it. Because I kind of want to do that in my hacking game. I wanted to have that aesthetic. So a little bit downsampled. So I need to be able to control that. All right. Enough plans for this thing. Let's actually... Hold on. Let me see. Okay. So I can create a new mesh, right? Can I hold it in a variable called A? And then just emit the variable as the result. Wrong file. Well, I don't know if that worked because the variable is 0. So, I think it worked though. But back to my script. Let's make you return it plus 1, because otherwise it's gonna be very silly. Okay, 1, good. And then, forgot that doesn't work. If I do add A plus A, will you be able to give me 2? Very good. My Lisp actually works. you ever have to calculate a CRC of the command that you sent to SD controller? No? I think not. I think not. But to be honest, the SDHCI controller, which is the one that I'm using, should have pretty readable code. So I abstracted away all of the disk stuff, and it just has the actual driver. So maybe you can take a look there, but I don't remember having to do any of that. I don't think so. All right. So I can do create mesh. Right. Again, I don't want to do primitives. So instead, I want to be able to, although I don't have loops in my language. So this is going to have to be very manual if I want it to be. All right, let's maybe not start with this. Let's make a cube, right? So cube, and we are going to give it a we're going to do this only with integers for the time being. I'm going to add no, it's not like this damn thing works. All right, so let's just make the octree thing. Let's begin with this. All right, so octree. Just porting this function over. 0, 0, 0, and then 5. So obviously this is not very readable. It would be better if I had a vector type, but I'm not even sure how to handle that. I don't really have structures in the Lisp. So for the time being, it's going to be X, Y, Z, and then depth. Well, I could do a list, but I don't officially have lists like this. I don't have a list operand. So for now, we're going to do it like this. This is also helping me, figure out the limitations of the Lisp language, so. All right, so we're going to start with octree. Well, no, let's keep what we have, right? Let's keep create mesh, because that one's actually useful. And then do octree, where we are going to want to parse a vector 3, and then after that we're going to want to parse just the depth, I believe. So let me create a parse vector tree from Lisp thing. GeoLisp parse v3 off of a CodeGen expression. And the way this is going to work is we're going to create a v3. By the way, should I shorten the vector type to v3? I'm considering doing that. Since I now do U64, I64, 74 apparently, new architecture just dropped. I might as well just do v3 and v2. But IDK. Anyway, the vector's x-axis is going to be the car of the expression. So the first argument of the expression float. Let's do car float of an expression. Car is the current address register, aka the top of a list. So the first argument, essentially. CDR is the current defer register or something like that, and it stands for the rest of the list. So that's how you do most calculations in Lisp. You do first element, then same operation on the rest of the list, first element of that, rest of the list, so on until you run out. So get the first element of the expression. If the first element's type is not equal to atom I still haven't called it Atom. I needed to rename this thing to Atom, and I didn't. Still have not done that. So if it's not a car, then return 0. Then get the pointer to it, check its number. Or rather, if the atom type is not equal to atom Lisp val type. Is that not what it's called? Oh, car num. So if it's not a number, also return 0. Otherwise, return the float cast of the atom's number, which is an integer. Again, I don't have floating points right now. I'll add them, but I don't have them right now. So we get the car float of the expression. After which we can actually do expression CDR of expression. So essentially get the next part and do the same thing 2 more times. 1 for the Y, 1 for the Z. So it means get the first element of the list as a float, that's going to be X. Get the next element of the list as a float, that's going to be Y. Get the first, then move forward on the list. Get the rest of the list. First element as a Y. Move forward, first element as Z. And that should make our vector. All right. And then after that, we also need to get the depth, which we do by just getting the float, the car int. If I'm not mistaken, I can do that. Why is that not a thing? So the same thing that I did here for car int, just without the cast. Pretty much the same thing. So car float right now can just return car int with a cast. Obviously that's not correct, but since we don't have floats, it's the closest to correct that we have right now. No CDX for, no, there's no need for it. Because we don't have to get another element after that. The only reason we're doing this is because, again, we want to get the first element of the list. Then get the rest of the list, first element of that. Rest of the list, first element of that. We don't have anything else to get, so we don't need another CDR after that. All right, so we're gonna do a GeoLisp parse v3 from the arguments. Although, you know what, it would be useful. So I could advance it. That's not really, no, never mind. Again, because I don't have lists. So what I'm doing right now is 0, 0. This is supposed to be minus 20, by the way. Except a funny little thing. I don't support minus 20. I don't support negative numbers in my... This is a bug that has been in my tokenizer since forever, and I have not fixed it. Isn't that great? Isn't that just great? I have not fixed a bug in the tokenizer in which numbers cannot be negative. Then again, it's a funny bug, because, like, the tokenizer doesn't look at new lines, so, at white space, I mean. So what's the difference between this and this? Like if I'm doing I minus 20, or if I'm doing just minus 20, it's context-based. So that's why the tokenizer has this bug. Anyway, we're gonna do 20, and then we're gonna multiply the result by minus 1, just so we can get a negative. It's very hacked together, obviously. Quite the positive guy indeed. Alright, so yeah, for the I'm writing shit code at this point, I don't care. No, it's too much shit code. The CRC feature is optional in SPI mode. Interesting. Isn't that just a redundancy bit though? That's not super difficult to do. By the way, I think there's a built-in function for that. Count total bits in a number. Isn't there a function that does that? Like a couple days ago, I actually saw somebody say something really stupid about a function like that, saying that it's really only useful for backdooring code. So it's something that the NSA created or some shit like that, some really stupid take about a function like that, and everyone in the reply saying that that's really stupid, it's super useful, specifically for stuff like this. Anyway, that's Twitter. What can you do? Unfortunately, I'm not advancing the thing, so I need to do this. I do need to do this 3 times. Twitter's really stupid now. Everyone there has a negative IQ. At most. That's the best case scenario. I have to say, it's kind of funny. And I feel superior to these idiots type of way. Maybe not the best, but who cares? Anyway, that should now advance the arguments past the 3 numbers. And then I should be able to do car int of the car of the arguments. So the first of the arguments, which is going to be the depth. And this is going to be the vector 3, which we're then going to use to make octree let's do that one more time. We're going to need an extra argument at the beginning of everything, though. Mesh ID. It's going to be the car of the arguments. We're then going to advance the arguments past. I'm going to have to find a better way to do this whole advance. At the very least, just do like a for loop. I'll do that in a second, actually. Chunk array get from the meshes array that we just created, index mid, base of the octree here and depth here. That should create our octree. And then this mesh we're going to get, let's call all of this prototyping code, because by the way, it's absolutely awful. So let's say that this is just a prototype for building the thing, and then I will build it cleanly later on. And I will introduce floats to the language. I will introduce lists to it. So it's prototyping for seeing, can this be done? Can I add scripting to, because I'm going to add scripting to absolutely everything, by the way. I've already added Lisp scripting to the terminal. Now I'm adding it to a 3D engine. I will be adding it to the game engine itself. I will be making audio stuff, and I will be adding it to that. What won't be scriptable? Oh yeah, the text editor that I talked about making will also be scriptable with it. Technically is already kind of. No. Yes, it is actually. Because it uses the same code as the shell. All right, so we're just going to manually get the first of the meshes here and use that to render. Instead of making it here. All right, so now our octree should be built off of mesh 0. Again, it's completely unreadable when you look at it like that, but my bad. Nope, that's gonna be a no. That's gonna be a no. All right, time to debug. 2 hours in, and I'm getting my first crash or bug. I'm relieved. It's been horrible lately. So, yeah. Um, all right, so you're, I'm not creating a mesh. I'm not creating a mesh. Okay, that was it actually. Before the ad even started, which has been starting since before the thing even happened. Although there's nothing on the screen. That's not good, because the old one was 0, 0, minus 20, 5 depth. This is 0, 0, 20 multiplied by minus 1, 5 depth. So clearly, no, that didn't work. Something didn't work anyway. Vector f depth e on mesh e vx vy vz depth mid. Vector 0, 0, minus 20, depth 0 on mesh 0. Okay, understood. Understood. So I did depth 0, which should, by the way, do size 1 cube at the base. So there should be a cube there, if you ask me, even if the depth is 0, but it's not what it should be. And I suspect that it's probably there, we just can't see it. That's most likely what's happening. Okay, anyway. So, we advance 1, 2, 3 times. Okay, so the first time the argument that octree is going to be... Is that correct? Is the mesh ID correct? That's the first thing I need to see. The mesh ID is not being gotten. That is not working. Because it should have returned 1. Create mesh returns 1. So the mesh should be mesh 1. But it's mesh 0. So clearly not. Let's see. That looks like a 1 to me. Oh! I'm calling car internally. So that's the mistake that I made. I don't need to call it twice. Otherwise it's gonna give me a null expression. Well, something changed, so that's kinda good. Vector 0, 0, minus 20, depth 5 on mesh 1. Except, yeah, now I'm returning the wrong ID here, obviously. So I was getting something out of bounds. There it is. There it is, right as the ad ended, by the way. Alright, so we have an octree that we're telling it to render in the most obnoxious way possible. Absolutely horrible, horrible stuff happening. like I said, none of this code will survive the purge. This is actually part of octree.c. I just copied it from here. So it doesn't really matter that this code is ugly. Really, the only thing that will survive is pretty much this. Everything else will go. Even the make voxel mesh makes no sense. Why is it called that? But yeah, I don't have lists right now, so it kind of sucks that I don't have lists. And you know what would be cool to have? Metaprogramming. Now maybe it's the time to start adding metaprogramming to Lisp. Although technically I can do this. I'm technically allowed to do this outside of Lisp. I mean, in my Lisp without a macro. But essentially what I want to do is have vector3 inside of Lisp, which takes 3 arguments. And internally, this whole thing translate to list like that. Always limiting it to exactly 3, but internally it's just a list. Just we know the size ahead of time. Right, so it would need to be a macro because, well, it doesn't need to be a macro. Technically, I can just implement vector3 as a function that returns a list of 3 elements. The problem is, can I build list itself? That's what I'm not sure about. All right, but here's what I'm gonna do. Geolib.lisp. I'm going to create a file. I'm going to move this thing over there. So we're actually gonna get syntax highlighting. I'm gonna do read full file. Geolib. Geolib. It's called GeoLisp. Why did I call it Geolib? And then take the size. And that I can use to create a string slice or a slice from, I can do slice from literal technically. That's not necessary. I can just manually make a string slice using script and s size as its value. So I also need to include files helpers. Very good. All right, so now we're going to compile off of this thing. Nope, no we're not. Why not? Why didn't that work? That was pretty straightforward. Right, because I didn't rename the file after I'm also not null checking the file, so there it is. Okay. So, can I do a list structure with just the basic functions that my Lisp has, most of which actually come from... I need to create a little language reference for it, by the way. Most of it come from actually Lisp 1.5. So I need to look real quick at all the functions that I have. Sadly, again, I don't have a reference. So I have to look at the compiler. We have add. We have... Oh, cons. Cons. Okay. It'll make sense in a second. Hold on. I can use... I forgot I added functions, variables, quotes, well, consts, and lets were already there. No, not really, not in Lisp 1.5. They weren't, or maybe they were, I don't remember. Doesn't matter. These are the functions. Add a sub mul div EQ, atom, cons, CDR, and car. So I already explained, when you have a list, the first element of that list is the car. The rest of the list is the CDR. Recursively, the first of that is the car, the rest of the list is CDR. So by recursively calling, well, by alternatively using car and CDR, you can get through the whole list recursively like that. However, I kind of forgot about cons. Cons means construct, and it should allow me to build the vector3 thing that I mentioned. Let me see. So I should be able to define a function called v3. It's going to have 3 arguments, x, y, and z, and the result of it is going to be 2 constructions. A construction between y and z, and another construction between x and this one. Essentially, we're making a manual list. It's not, I don't have a list operator. I'll need to add that. But this should allow me to build that. Again, I don't have negative numbers, so that's a thing. v3 with that. Let's see if it works. Why are all the important keyword prints not working? They never work. Not when you need them. By the way, since I've been doing context switching, print debugging pretty much doesn't work. So you're supposed to use... It does now that I'm done with the context switching, but there's still a few bugs to iron out. But you kind of have to use a debugger, because you need to look at the memory. What's going into which register? Why is this value wrong? Why did I jump to the wrong address? Why is this memory wrong? You'll be happy to know that GDB has been as useless this week as it usually is. Anyway, our first argument is now the result of the mesh ID create mesh. So it's the first mesh. Bye, Jester. The GeoLisp parse v3, I just need to modify this, pretty much. Because you don't get expression, you get... Shit, I don't know what you get. Let me print what expression looks like and decide from there. Marginal print exp. Wrong expression type, so that's not good. That is not good. Even though I don't have a language reference, I should have this. And I don't know what went wrong. So, okay, we're starting to find bugs. For example, I do realize that none of these have a single, what is it called? What are you doing? Weirdo. None of these have a single second argument. Because they don't have a second argument, maybe that's failing. Although I can't be sure. Alright, so I did fun v3. I gave it arguments, though it only has one here. Maybe it's not correct. And then the body of the function, which is this thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me where it failed. So, should be able to do this. Pretty sure it's going to be in here because it's the only thing I changed. No. Surprisingly, that's not it. There it is. Although it's maybe a little bit wrong. We got a null beginning element with 1, then 2, then 3. There's like one extra element here that shouldn't be there. Besides that, though, we're good. Unless it should have been like cars. Nah, that's super wrong. And somehow added more instead of less. Anyway, so V3 actually works. All right. So what if I do let A be this thing, and then do this thing? Did I call it a different thing? Wrong expression type, wrong expression type. Was there something on the screen? There's a very tiny cube. It actually rendered a cube. Holy shit, it actually did it. Um, so if I make you return A, what happens? There's the value I'm looking for. I don't see the problem. The first argument of this is create mesh. The second argument is A, and the third argument is 5. And I'm telling you to print it. But there's a problem before it even attempts to print. Right, so let me see. Mesh ID mid. And it should have already tried it to parse. Yeah, okay. What does wrong expression type even mean? Whatever it is trying to apply is probably that wrong thing. Just the fact that A is structured wrong is probably what went wrong here. What is happening here? I don't understand. No? Probably cons is not implemented correctly. That's the most likely explanation. Okay, cons does not actually construct shit, bro. What was the plan here? Oh, because the two arguments are already chained together. But it's not correct. This is not how cons should be implemented. Let me look at the original code for it. Car and CADR. That's how you do it. The car of the argument gets mixed with the CADR, which is the car followed by CDR of A. Like that. These two need to be put together into a cons. That's the correct way of doing it. I was kinda, because of the way that my code is structured, like my parsed code is structured, you kinda don't need to do this, but apparently you do. Or at least I thought you didn't. Yeah, okay, that looked better. That looks way better. Although, still not correct. Man. What am I doing wrong? That the result of this function, v3, 1, 2, 3, is adding all this extra crap on top of it. What is this doing here? That, and then this. Those two shouldn't be there. I don't get why they are. What Lisp? It's a dialect of Lisp that I'm working on based off Lisp 1.5. So well, I'm gonna assume that this thing will not work correctly until I get it to work like as it should. Get it to look like it should. But yeah. Let me see. Oh, straight up unhandled exception. Before it even tries to render anything. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, so the result of this thing should look like this. 1.2.3. I forgot the 1. It should look like this, which it does, but then it also has an extra one of these, and then it also has an extra one of these. And I don't get why. So, what am I doing wrong? Because like the innermost expression is fine. It just has two extra expressions on top of it that shouldn't be there. So if I try to get the CDR of that, I should be getting rid of the first one of these. No. So if I get the car of that, okay, I get this. That looks exactly the same. I'm going crazy here. Hold on. Does this look the same as this? Wait. Oh my god. I'm reading the result wrong. I'm reading it wrong. This expression is getting evaluated to nothing. This expression, so to nothing, right? So that's the first expression. The second expression, which is this one, gets evaluated to this whole thing. Well, no, not anymore. Hold on. Let me like reload the latest one. Gets evaluated to this whole thing, in which we have this element followed by this. That is correct. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that is correct. Although if I do try to get the car of that, I'm reading the result of the entire expression. Where this is my expression and it is correct. Okay, so that is correct. I need to probably make the REPL work like a proper REPL and just like interpret this, then move on, then interpret this, so on. Okay, alright, so I should have a valid result. But it's not prepared to handle that, so why are you still open? Yo, how many of these do I have open? That's weird. Anyway, have to run that again. So that polluted the hell out of it. Okay, so before it even does anything, it straight up crashes. I shouldn't need the A anymore. Alright, so it's not even getting to like um, to this probably. I wrote Ocree instead of Octree, but it doesn't matter. It's not even getting to this. That is concerning. Because, like, wouldn't it be nice if it told me where it crashed? And wouldn't it be nice? Linux was useful without needing to do some extra configuration for it. Wouldn't that be very nice? Sad guy face icon next to Emacs? That's how Emacs makes me feel. How many times do I need to add the debugging flag emoji before they actually like emoji what? Flag before they appear? I don't know where emoji came from there. That is the crash process viewer, which is an external application that you need to know what is. Man, that's. The CRC is only optional in SPI mode. It doesn't start in SPI mode, so for the command switch to SPI mode, you need the CRC. Isn't the CRC the redundancy bit? Or am I remembering that wrong? Cyclic redundancy check. Right, so I'm pretty sure there is a built-in function that can tell you how many bits are 1 in your it has something like there is something like CTLZ, CLZT. Those are the letters. I just don't remember the exact combination. CLZ. And it means count left zeros, if I'm not mistaken. There should be another one for counting all ones. You have a parity function. That's what I was talking about before. So you should be able to use that. Pop count. Pop count is the one that I was talking about. This is the function, pop count. That is the name of it, yes. That somebody on Twitter the other day was saying was a backdoor built by the NSA. There's absolutely no reasonable explanation as to why that function would be found pretty much everywhere in standard libraries. So it must have been a backdoor by the CIA or the NSA or whatever three-letter agency this person had a beef against. And people were obviously clowning on that opinion on Twitter. I'm gonna be honest, some people's opinions should be written by an LLM. They're stupid as shit, but you're stupider. So just have Claude do it. At least I don't have to listen to your bullshit. Though I still have to listen to Claude's bullshit, but what else is new? That's always been the case for the past, like, 3 or so years. Sorry for the noise. God. So the entire time I actually don't know where my program is crashing. I'm gonna have to pull out the useless one. There we go. There we go. Where is this happening? So as you can see, this is what the average Lisp execution looks like, and this is why I can build like a scripting modeling language but it's not exactly going to be particularly good for real time just yet. Because we have evaluate list, eval, apply, evlist, eval, evlist, eval. There's only one apply, funnily enough. But anyway, what this is doing is calling the first evaluate Lisp. So it's evaluating this thing. Then it's calling evaluate inside of that. Just calling this thing. That's a thing that I could optimize to not make this part recursive, but rather make it like using a loop. That would probably make it a lot better. Also, get rid of a lot of noise. Then evaluate this expression. Then when it evaluates this expression, it is going to try to run apply octree on this thing. But before it does that, it's going to try to evaluate all of its arguments. So it's going to start evaluating this one, then this one. When it gets to this one, it calls eval on it. And it tries to evaluate evless, eval. No. So it's failing to evaluate the two? The two. That should be an atomic expression. Two is an atomic expression. So you should have found, or not. Let me check. I'm going to put a print on it. Quietly, honestly, which is something that I say a lot. Is code null? To be fair, I didn't even check what the issue was. Most likely, yeah, code is null. Okay, which libraries are you using? All the libraries that I'm using are made by me, pretty much. So yeah, most likely this is null. That's literally what's happening. No, we're null checking it. No, that's not it. Most likely, it's not an S expression. It is somehow an atom. Let me see what it is. The latest one. We got to this thing. This thing, which is a construct. It is an S expression, though. So that's a little weird. Let's do that. Let's see how that goes. Is of type none. But we're null checking it. So... Okay, so this one actually succeeds. It seems. It is not atomic, so it will call apply on it. Apply will find an atomic value here. Is this thing just not prepared to handle lists? I feel like that may be the entire issue that's happening here. Right, because the type of S expression cons x, cons y, z, cons y, z, and then it gets here. When it tries to apply the function v3 to these arguments, it gets the arguments, and then it fails. Not on this one, but on a completely like null expression that shouldn't be there. So I can easily fix the crash. Though I don't believe this crash should be happening in the first place. No, just print. Just print. Unless something is returning a null expression that shouldn't. But then again, the pointer would be null. It's very weird. Eval error wrong type. There it is. Though I don't believe I even fixed the issue. As in, it still crashes. I wouldn't mind being able to debug Lisp a little bit easier, but I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. How would I go about debugging? Like, what does a Lisp debugger look like? First off. And second, like we've already established. All right, let me then try to break in a different way. Right, if I do let a equal this thing, and then I do this, it's actually evaluating creating mesh. So this one, it got around actually. It was able to do it because it evaluated this expression, which means it resulted in something called a being given a value. But then yeah, here it is evaluating it. Here it is evaluating the second part of it. Then it's done, and this thing has a value. Bye, Malefus. And hello, WN. Letters and numbers. So then it tries to evaluate the octree expression. And the first thing of that is create mesh, which it evaluates properly. The second thing of that is A, which it evaluates to 1, 2, 3, which is the correct data type. However, it says wrong type. I'm starting to understand. It itself is the wrong type. So cons, you should be returning an S expression with an S expression type. Somehow you're not. Everything should have a type. Somehow it doesn't have a type, though. So we don't know if it's an S expression or an atom. though it's an S expression. Right, so you're trying to evaluate this. All right, so who printed this? This was printed by eval. It got this far, and what it has is not atomic, so it tries to apply it. Like I said, it doesn't really know what a list is. Funny, Lisp, the list processor, doesn't know what a list is. Great job on programming the damn thing, me. Amazing job. Right, so it tries to evaluate this thing. And it's like, wait, is it atomic? No. So it's not a value, then it must be a function. Though it's a list, not a function. So it tries to call apply on it. Is the first thing in it 1? Atomic. Yes, it's literally 1. So it tries to go through all these options. It doesn't find anything, so it tries to evaluate this. It tries to evaluate 1, to which the value should be 1. And then apply using 1, which is null. Well, not null, but it's not right to do it. So if anything, I'm surprised it doesn't end up in a like an infinite loop type of thing. But yeah, how does a normal Lisp handle this? If I do this, the type of it is technically that. Can I do like describe? It says it's a list. So I'm assuming I need to have a kind of like special type to define that something is a list. Though what's really weird about that is that okay. I just need to say that this is a list. So I can't immediately put list in it, but I can do quote if I'm able to spell it correctly. Quote. Which essentially means don't evaluate this thing. It's just data. Hell yeah. Okay, yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. So by using quote here, I tell it this whole thing is actually data. Don't evaluate it as a function, which is what was happening there. Okay, that's very good. It's very good. However, now my parser for the arguments is incorrect. So the mesh ID is 0 indeed. However, what you're going to get passed in is going to be the vector, the entire vector. Although I'm pretty sure this part is going to stay the same. First element is going to be x, then the rest of the thing. First element is going to be y, rest of the thing. First element is going to be z. I'm going to go with not quite. Now everything is 0. All right. So let me see. First off, get rid of this, no, just this and this. I don't need them. And then keep this change, because I actually do need that. I should be able to commit it, actually. Okay. Back to this. Then now you can do imaginal print of the expression. And let me see what I'm getting as the argument that's supposed to be just the vector 3. Is that the only print that I left in? Oh, there's 2 actually. I didn't realize. Although this should only be getting called once. Here. I don't know what this... Oh, this is the result of the entire thing. It's nil in both cases. Yeah. Hello Hamza and Dulce. Hello. Have you ever looked at Clojure? Everything apart from JVM is pretty cool. Took a lot of info for my language. Everything apart from JVM, which is the entire thing that it runs on. No, but maybe the syntax is cool. I actually have not looked at it. Because I heard JVM and I was like, I'm not doing that. Thank you very much. Do we have a... Look, listen. I do realize that I haven't written my own Lisp dialect in a while, so when I came back to writing it, I completely forgot all the keywords. But it would take me literally 20 minutes to write a decent spec for the language. All the built-in functions, how to use it, 20-30 minutes. Can we get that? In languages as simple as Lisps, can we get just a very basic, this is what the language looks like. If you know what you're doing, you just need quick reference. This is how you look at it. You know what I mean? Like a quick start. Like I know what I'm doing, I just need a quick start. Like when a video game gives you the commands on the side, like okay, here. Because like, I know how to play the game, but I haven't played it in 5 months. I don't remember the exact buttons that I need to press, but I remember what everything does. I remember the mechanics. I just need to remember which key to physically press. Right, so likewise, I know how Lisp works. I just need you to show me which keywords you use, pretty much. A reference like that would be pretty cool. And again, I feel like for a Lisp, it would take you like 30 minutes to write. But you know what? I have looked at this. I'm not so sure about this. Not so sure about the brackets. Because let me tell you, one thing that I really like about Lisp, it mostly has just one syntactic symbol, the parenthesis. Now, it has more parentheses than other languages, but other languages have parentheses, and they have angle brackets, and they have square brackets, and they have semicolons, and they have commas, and they have anything else that I'm missing? They have these things. Whereas in Lisp, you do this, 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 pretty much. So it's the same thing, just Lisp has much, much simpler syntax. Not familiar with what you're doing right now as a game engine or something like that. Okay, so no. It's more of a modeling tool type of thing. It's more of an experiment, really, because the code that I'm writing is absolute garbage. So none of this should make it into a Git commit. But that is what I'm doing. But I will eventually use it for game development, so yes. Both the scripting that I'm doing and the 3D rendering. that I'm not doing, but it's technically done. I used to be a purist until past 6 months. Expanding Lisp with reader macros can be powerful. I don't disagree with you, but shouldn't I would like for them to be optional in the language. It has a super powerful macro system that can turn it into another language. If you're gonna turn it into C, you might as well make that optional. You're not turning it into C, but you're turning it into a functional programming language. And I was mentioning earlier, functional programming languages have a little bit of a the feeling that I get as an outsider, that they went through a little bit of an identity crisis and just started putting whatever symbols they could to look different, to look original in some way. I don't know, something like that. Okay, back to debugging. Right, so this is being gotten correct. Well, I don't know if this is gotten correctly, because the mesh ID is 0. And if I do +1, the mesh ID is 1, so that is correct. Yes, that part is correct, which hasn't changed, so of course it's correct. Then we get the rest of the arguments, and we try to pass the first one as the vector, but somehow that's not valid. Did it just disappear? Anyway, this is the rest of the thing. This is the card that we're passing on to the thing. So this thing is being passed into the v3 to be parsed, which, like, it's missing its contents. But besides that, okay, I understand now why the depth is also wrong. You need to get just one CDR, since now all the arguments are contained in one place. Okay. It might look like it worked, but it didn't, because the vector is 0, 0, 0 instead of 0, 0. Well, actually, the value that I'm passing in is 1, 2, 3. So it should be 1, 2, 3. Anyway, can I simplify the code a little bit? I hope this doesn't work, because if it does, that's gonna be a problem. A different kind of bug. But no, we're good. Good as you can be in this situation. I use the data model, not all immutable by default. I do a lot of game dev too. I mean, I'm planning on using this for game dev. By the way, one thing that is really important for the hacking game that I wanted to develop was to have some sort of visual scripting language, ideally. Simplified scripting language. But that means I needed a scripting language in the first place. So now I have that. I just need to, make it actually work. Don't worry about that. You not trust me? Don't worry about that. Alright, so it would look like this thing, which I'm using to hack together a list, is not working. Like, let me see. I do this. Of course it's not working. Of course it's not working. This should be a quasi-quote, if anything. That's a thing that I will need to implement, I guess. Not really, not really. I should implement list. I should make this a list of X, Y, and Z. And stop messing around. But the problem that is happening is that I'm literally returning this thing, this literal thing, word for word, as the argument, as the vector, without evaluating it. So I'm being stupid. Can I just put the quote here then? Does that work as a vector 3? That's better. Not good, but better. Because nothing changed. Ah, hold on. No, something did change, but like not properly. Anyway, these are the arguments that we care about. This. Why is it only one? Okay, listen. I'm hacking together this thing to mean list. Obviously, that is not working. And I don't think that there's anything I can do about it besides maybe literally doing, like, manually doing this. But I'm just hacking on top of hacking on top of hacking. It's obviously stupid as hell. So I'm gonna keep trying. Okay. No. I'm going to need to implement a proper list type to this thing. Where actually, vector 3 is defined as a list of 1, 2, and 3. That's how it should work. Can I do it quickly? Can I do it in the next 8 minutes? Let's find out. So where's quote implemented? Because that's a good place to get started. Quote. Here. All right. So, this is a built-in function then. Yes. Else if the slice literal match of S and list case insensitive, then our expression will be the evaluation of the list let me check real quick. S comes from code car, so code CDR, using the environment that we already have. Is that all it takes to implement list? It's all it takes to not make it crash. Making list out of imaginal print the CDR of this thing. Wrong expression type. Making list out of XYZ. Do you need to evaluate it? You need to evaluate XYZ first. Right, so that's going to give me this thing as a list. That's what you will evaluate and return. Making a list out of 1, 2, 3. Very good, very good. Okay. Alright. So that is correct. I am now turning this into list. However, someone is trying to evaluate that list. And what I mean is, the result of this thing, which is 1, 2, 3, is being evaluated as it was before, so I get wrong expression type in apply though. Wrong expression type because this is actually a list. Um, so I need to not call apply on it, which means I need to see who's calling apply on it and stop them from doing that. By the way, I have a debugger like that allows me to see what's happening. I don't know why I just didn't bother using it. Wrong expression type from I think I need to create a proper list type. I'm not sure. To explicitly tell the evaluator this is a list. So it's not an atomic value, right? It's not a string, a number, or an identifier, but it is still a type. A single value, not something to be evaluated. So, starting to feel like I need to do that. Which is unfortunate, because it's just an S expression. Like, I don't want to separate data from code. That's the entire point of this. Like, I have this, but I could also have, and they're both, they look the same, because I want to treat code as data and data as code. In some cases, I want to do this stuff. So anyway, the wrong expression type comes from the fact that it thinks that this is atomic. All right, so yeah, again, the debugging capabilities here are not amazing. This is actually getting in my way more than it's helping. It's like GDB, but better because it's not GDB. It's just that makes it better than GDB. Okay, so this call is happening from here. You're trying to evaluate the list. No, I still don't get it. The wrong expression type thing is coming before this. And also before this. Wait, it's weirder than I thought. Oh yeah, this is... Oh, no, 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 okay. Alright, I understand what's happening. Kind of. Not really. We evaluate the first of the expressions, this one. It results in calling the fallback for create mesh, returns an integer. We're good. We then evaluate the second one. It results in calling list. And that returns a list of these items, evaluated as 1, 2, 3. So it returns 1, 2, 3. And then it should evaluate 5. At which point all of them have been evaluated, and it should be calling octree, fully resolved, fully good, no problem. That's not what's happening though. It seems like at some point it's trying to reevaluate this thing, and because it's doing that, it actually fails. So if I just do list here, will it work? No, same exact thing happens. Okay, but I get away from some computation that I don't want to do. Wikipedia says CRC are simple to implement, but then they start talking about polynomials. It's super simple to implement. You just have to have an even or an odd number of ones according to the spec, and you can literally use those built-in functions from before. Well, there's nothing complicated about it. All right, so symbol not found, octree, so it's going to be a fallback thing. All right, that's when we get into our function. Then, where's my list? List, here. And where's the error? Here. Am I just being a complete I might. No, what? No. What? I don't understand. Hold on. Turn on the debug again. Oh, never mind, never mind. Hello, Kyle. Let me see. Okay, so it gets the list. It evaluates the list here. And then it starts evaluating the rest of the list. So it's going to evaluate this. In order to evaluate this, it's going to evaluate every single one of these arguments. It's going to start evaluating create mesh. It says cannot found create mesh. However, I have a fallback which actually implements create mesh in C code. So it calls the fallback create mesh, bada bing bada boom, we're done. Next, it runs the next expression, which is the list. Transforms atomic expression, next transform atomic expression, next transform atomic expression, next, done, done, done. Good. Which means the list needs to evaluate these arguments. 1 is an atomic expression, so it remains as 1. 2 is an atomic expression, remains as 2. 3 is an atomic expression, remains as 3. Good, good, good. Then it tries to evaluate the next thing in the list, which is this one, another atomic expression. So it returns just 5, no evaluation needed. Then it's next done, evaluating this list. Done, done. Then it finds atomic expression octree here. It says cannot find it. However, before calling the fallback on it, it's doing something else. So it tries to evaluate, cannot find it. Symbol not found. Octree, very good. Returns a null pointer here, which will trigger the fallback, but it evaluates the arguments again. I was evaluating the arguments twice, which is a little weird. I just need to make sure that, like, why am I doing it twice? Whoever called that apply is already doing that. So I don't need to do it twice. They're already evaluated. That was my mistake. Okay. Vector 1, 2, -3, depth 5 on mesh 0. Boom. 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 Alright. That was cool, that was easy, that was fun. That was fun. Except for the debugging, it's hard to follow along. You know, I kind of want to create a debugger for Lisp. Like a visual, not a debugger, just a visualizer. I love to watch Lisp happen just on screen. But I don't know what debugging Lisp looks like. That looks AI generated. What the fuck? Debugging. Print debugging. That's what I usually do. The powerful REPL. Can try a function in the REPL. Sure. Nah. Inspect and describe. Fair. Okay, to be fair, like, I'm not really trying to... Oh, you can trace. I'm not really trying to debug Lisp. I'm trying to debug the Lisp interpreter. Well, I did evaluate Lisp interpreter. I already did that. But I don't know. I still think I want to create like a... I want to do something cool with Lisp, man. I don't even know what. I just know I want to. Nowadays, almost everything is AI generated. Not almost everything, but a lot of stuff. Like articles, videos. I was talking earlier about, I was very vague about it, but I saw a video where people were praising the person who had a thick accent. So they were like, we know you didn't use AI because of your accent. And it's like, first off, they were like trying to make it sound like a compliment, but it was like a backhanded compliment. So I was like, not amazing. Um, in the way that they were like complimenting this person's accent, but on top of that, sure, this was a real human being talking. It sounded unedited as hell. You could hear the background noise. No editing out the, the the those sounds, not edited out at all. Okay, so it sounds real. The way he was reading, no emotion, no thoughts, just vibes. It was word for word a ChatGPT script. He's exposing himself, fucker. Um, and it was a core dump style video. And I've run into so many of those. So many of those. It sounds like magic, but it isn't. Let's look into it. That's another one. It sounds like magic, but it isn't. I don't remember the exact wording, but that's something that I feel like all these people use ChatGPT. Either they all use ChatGPT or all these models sound the same. I don't know which one is sadder. For the AI industry, I mean. But anyway, that's another like AI-ism. The whole, it's not magic. It's just engineering or something like that. It depends. But like when you ask AI to explain something to you, it will say that. So when these people go into the AI and they go, hey, help me write a script explaining this thing, it will end up doing that. It will end up being like, it sounds like magic, but it isn't. Let's talk about it. Let's look into it. And so all those videos end up sounding exactly the same. Because like if you put zero effort into your video, it's super obvious, by the way. If you make your stuff AI generated, it's super obvious, by the way. I cannot tell you how many times someone has been like, bet you can't even tell that this website is AI generated. Brother, yes I can. It looks like a very polished turd. It looks like shit, but it looks very polished. It's AI generated. You can very easily tell. Same for images, videos. Whoa, I just spent $30 making the next Pixar movie. You can't even tell that. Yes, you can. That looks like AI slop that copied Pixar. It doesn't look like Pixar. And frankly, I wouldn't mind if they sued you. AI's teaching method is awful also. Here's the thing. AI will always architecturally hallucinate. No matter how good it gets, there will be some percentage of a chance that what it's telling you is not true. So when you rely on something like that to teach you, a 99.9% reliability is 0% reliability. When you use something to tell you if something is AI, for example, like, oh, we made something that can detect AI on a 90% accuracy. That's 0% accuracy. You cannot tell if something is AI or not. If it writes code that works 90% of the time, you have code that is 0% reliable. If you use it to learn something and it teaches you correctly 90% of the time, you have 0% reliable information that you've learned. because you don't know what that 90% is and what it isn't. The reliability of AI is zero and will always be zero so long as it hallucinates, which is an architectural thing that it will always do. Has been proven over and over and over again by researchers. Ain't that beautiful? Wait, what? I remember seeing this guy that had a video about porting Windows CE to the N64, and I was so excited to see him, only to see him prompt an AI agent for the entire thing. Look, I have to say, hey, stop mocking Lisp like it's boobs. It's not, okay? And no, it's a medical condition too, okay? It's a boob and a half, also. Or like a really weird recursive boob. Right, because this is one, and this is another. So, yeah. I turned on notifications on Twitch recently, which I didn't have. So I've been watching more streams. Although lately I've been more bored, not more bored, the opposite, more busy. I've been more busy, so I haven't had as much time to watch streams. But I have been watching more streams. What is the appeal of watching someone do this? Is it Claude.ai? I'm not sure. What is the appeal of watching somebody talk to... You can't talk to Claude through this, can you? What is the appeal of asking somebody, make it do this? Obviously, I didn't tell it what do my work for you is, so it doesn't know what I'm talking about. But it doesn't matter. What is the appeal of watching somebody asking an LLM to do stuff? The LLM has no personality. The person's not doing anything. Just busy work. I've not seen any streamer do that. I used to say that. Unfortunately, I have seen them rely on it way too much. Obviously, well, first off, there is like one guy that's like, vibe coding until I make 100,000 million trillion dollars. And no one really knows what he's truly doing. But he occasionally increases the revenue counter on his stream just randomly. He doesn't really bother with like making it make sense. And I've seen a few guys do that actually. It started with one, now I've seen a few. So there's that. But I wouldn't call them popular. Well, actually, yes, I would. But they're popular because they're using AI. And so a lot of people that want to do the same thing that they're doing will watch these guys selling them shovels. The guys that want to go dig for gold are watching a guy that's allegedly digging for gold, but in reality is just selling shovels. And eventually, when they realize there is no gold to be dug, they will just start selling shovels as well, or fail. So that is one genre, but there are other people that like get on here and vibe code. Look, if you're working on a project, like if you're I really don't see the point. I really don't see the point at all. At all. Because what I'm doing here is very much recreational. Right? I'm just doing it for fun. You can watch this to learn, you know, how I solve my problems. How certain things are built. To get ideas, or you're building something similar. Whatever reasons you may have to be watching this right now, there can be a lot. If you're doing streaming like this to promote a product that you have or will eventually have, I can't really say that is the most effective strategy. Because your audience will be people who watch you code. And if your goal is to release a game, for example, sure, some of your audience will play. They play games, sure. I play a lot of games. If I see a game dev YouTuber and I see a game that they're making that sounds cool, I will check it out. But like, it's not a game playing audience, it's a development audience. So you're kind of in the wrong niche if that's your goal. Then again, I could say if that's your goal to just make a product and you're streaming not for the process of coding but to get promotion, it sounds to me like you're doing it wrong. But I understand why you're using AI, though I don't support it. I think it's bad. But I understand your reasoning. But if you're doing purely recreational programming and you are using LLMs, what is the fucking point? I was gonna say it's like watching a guy watching a sport, but I have seen a few streams, a few clips of streams of people watching the World Cup. So there's an audience for that, I guess. So really, you're just watching somebody who's watching an AI do stuff? Cut out the middleman, man. Last time I checked out a Primogen stream, he was yapping about AI-generated music playing or something. That sounds about right. I've seen vibecoders on here, like, he goes full into it. I wouldn't say he's doing it for clout or whatever. He goes like thousands of viewers either, but he does keep up to date with the latest AIs, LLMs, and technologies. What's the point? What is the point? What is the... What is the point of AI in general? Because the only... Keep in mind, this is a regular question that gets asked a lot to vibe coders. What useful tool have you built? And you'll usually see, this is on Reddit, on Twitter, you see it. And the answers tend to be, I don't know how to code and I built this thing. Which means nothing. Alright, you just lack a skill. Literally, skill issue. Don't know what to tell you, man. And then, it looks impressive to you because you don't know how to actually build it. In reality, it doesn't look impressive at all, I'm sorry to say, but your website that AI built for you, that you did with you in quotation marks, did in quotation marks, without any experience, looks like every other AI generated website out there. And it doesn't look impressive or nice at all. And the other answer that you see very often, well, another answer that you see very often is like, you can't see, if you can't see that, then you're gonna be left behind. If you can't see the point of vibe coding, you're gonna be left behind. Without ever saying the point of vibe coding. Ignore that. Okay, ignoring those bumbling fools. The third thing that you hear is, I made a tool that helps me use AI better. And those are the only ones that have any level of success. It's an entirely self-contained industry. It just tore out a big chunk of the tech industry as it came along. But it is an entirely self-contained thing. And it's completely ridiculous. I made an AI tool so I can use AI tools better. So what are you going to use those AI tools for? Oh, to continue building my tool. Oh, but what's the point of that? Oh, to continue building the tool. And now we're going to build another tool. And we're going to build another tool on top of the tool with the tool and the tool and the tool. What is the thing they say in Full Metal Jacket? I didn't know they stack shit that high. Yeah, it's just didn't know they stack slop that high. There's absolutely nothing happening. So genuinely, what is the point of it all? Can't put everyone into the same box. Look, I don't know about that. You know who I saw talking about using AI tools? God, what's this guy's last name? He has a really cool name. Is it Scott Manley? Scott Manley, yes. This guy's like an astrophysicist, programmer, born December 31st. God damn. I thought I had a birthday close to New Year's. This guy is literally like cutoff date. I saw him mentioning that he uses LLMs. And talking about, well, I used to write code back when it was like hand rolling assembly, machine code. Before even assembly, technically, right? It's ones and zeros, I guess is what he meant. And before compilers. And I've worked for NASA, and my code is in space right now. Of course I use LLMs. That is one of the most disappointing things I've ever heard anyone say. What is this? Am I not allowed to scroll past this point? Alright, so unfortunately I think it was a real tweet, because now I'm seeing obviously the blue checkmark means absolutely nothing, so you never know who's who on Twitter. But I do believe this was his real account. So I do believe the tweet was real. I can try X cancel. I feel like somebody like him should be able to see the difference between a compiler and an LLM. The importance of the fact that if I write the same code twice, I get the same output twice. Pretty sure there's people whose entire jobs it is to make sure that compilers do that, to make a compiler fully deterministic. We should be able to, and someone who worked at NASA, like have you seen the requirements of code at NASA? The stakes are astronomical. Okay. So you should 100% understand the importance of precise and incredibly deterministic code. Why would you use LLMs? Now I understand that he's not using LLMs at NASA. That's not what he was saying. But like, what is the point? Here it is. Someone accused me of vibe coding the LFRR simulator. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like something he made for fun, not something he made like for NASA or anything like that. So obviously not that. But I've been coding since 1982. I've hand-assembled machine code, injected... why did I feel like there was a typo here? Injected fixes into running processes, worked on software that's made it to Mars, and worked on a software developer as a software developer for decades. Of course I used AI code tools. My dude. I feel like all of those things should have taught you the importance of determinism and precision when it comes to automating things. The reason that assemblers, instead of zeros and ones, worked, and that higher level languages, instead of zeros and ones, work, and higher level over low level languages even, is because behind it there is a very precise, deterministic infrastructure. So that whatever I put in, I get out something that I can expect. You can't say that about LLMs. You cannot say that about LLMs. Just because they're new doesn't mean that they're the future. Sometimes something new happens that is just bad. Oftentimes it has been the future. There was something better than to succeed Unix, never made it. There was something better to succeed this and that standard, never made it. So yeah, it's not like that means anything. But just because something is new doesn't mean that it's the future. And if you think that LLMs are automating anything, you need to understand they cannot do that. They're not deterministic. They're not precise. They're not reproducible. They go against automation. You cannot automate with an LLM. If everything it produces is slop, then you must hold your own work to the same standard? Not really. That's not really the problem. First off, I've seen how many CVEs LLMs have found, but I've also seen how many fake CVEs LLMs have found. The difference is that LLMs are actually looking at the code, whereas people weren't bothering before. We probably could have had a better outcome investing the money that we've invested into AI into security. That would have been a cool thing, but no. Instead, we invested it into AI. So now it finds 2 CVEs and 10,000 fake ones. Great outcome. I've used LLMs at work. It's only really useful if you use an extrapolation machine to finish the work that you started. Yes. I agree with that. I have to use it as well, so yeah. Use the same analogy to the copy and paste function. If we scored it up based on how many times you copied and pasted, what would be the total number? Three. What are you asking? I'm genuinely confused. The curl bug? Yeah, the curl bug that it found where it didn't even call curl? I mean, that was like this year, mind you. But don't worry, that was before Mythos. It's completely different now. Claude 6.7 is completely different than Claude 6.6. Trust me, bro, this one actually works. In 3 years, I will be telling you that, in 3 months, I mean, I will be telling you that N+1 version of Claude is better than N version of Claude. But right now, N is so much better than N-1. N actually works. N-1 does not. But in 3 months, I will be telling you N+1 actually works, N does not. Don't worry about that. Ignore that. Have short-term memory. Talk to an LLM so much that you don't use your brain anymore, and then it will make sense. This is the only way. I agree that LLMs hallucinate and a lot of people are taking credit that the AI did instead chose to hide it. To be fair, the point of that tweet was that he wasn't hiding it. Someone accused him as if he was hiding it. He was not. He made it very clear that he is using it. Although, brother. A tool that hallucinates will have issues. Here's the thing. Let me put it this way. My code is deterministic. No matter how ridiculous the bug looks, my code is deterministic. The bug makes sense and can be found and fixed. Can you say that when you've written your code with LLMs, especially if you're not looking at that code? Simply, no. But let me give you an example. The other day, I had a condition that was failing. This condition was failing. So I print the result. I print, this, and I print this, cond1, cond2, and what is the result of this? Zero bigger than equal than 0? No. False. Shit. That is a ridiculous bug. That bug is stupid as hell. This is something majorly wrong. Or at least it may look that way. Right. It was actually X's, by the way, not I's. So I was printing it as hexadecimal, but it doesn't change the fact that 0x0 was not equal to 0x0, apparently. The bug is that this is happening. Isn't that crazy? So, The good thing is my code is deterministic. So if I keep going, eventually I will find what's happening. By the way, the issue was that these two values are not the same. On a very high end, there was a garbage value that was not being seen by the regular print. So it was a print error. The way that I was printing was wrong. But you get the point. And also, soon enough, I will be making it so that LLX is the default, and I don't need to do it, because, yeah, what's the point of that? Asking a prompt for answers is no different than searching for Stack Overflow. Oftentimes it pulls results from Stack Overflow anyway, so can we at least separate the people who ask AI a question from the people who literally give AI control over the entire codebase and computer? Sure. But I'm still gonna separate those people from the rest. Just to be clear. Alright? Like, let's use the recursive boob real quick. So we have the AI psychosis people. How do you spell psychosis? The AI psychosis people. And then you have the AI, occasional AI people. And then you have the no AI people. Psychosis, thank you. I was putting the H in the wrong place. Alright. Alright, so recursive boob to the rescue. So yes, I can make that separation, but like, still, I ask Stack Overflow a question. And how do I know if the answer is correct? The number of votes, the replies to it. I ask an LLM a question. How do I know? Let's try it out and see what happens. And I sure hope it's something that if there's something majorly wrong with the answer that it gave me, I'm smart enough to detect it. If not, that's gonna be a major issue. There's a difference between a community-based forum and a single source of truth that is also, like I said, 0% reliable. Even if it hallucinates only 0.1% of the times, that makes it 0% reliable. And like, I like reading people argue over what's right in Stack Overflow. Oh, you know, I complain about that kind of like pedantic behavior a lot, but it's endearing. It may be a stupid Linux community, it may be a stupid programming community, but it's my stupid programming community. AI isn't pulling from single source of truth, it often lists the sources so you can see the sources in the prompt answer. Do you? Do you trace back the exact thing that it told you to the exact place where it got it from? Can you be sure every single time without needing to do that? Because at that point, it just sounds like you're doing the Google search. You're just going through an AI first for some reason, but you're still just searching and verifying yourself. Another thing that I noticed so often is Google barely works nowadays. So you will search for something, and the AI will give you the response, but the websites will not. What does that tell me, though? That it's not pulling the results from the websites, because if it was, it also wouldn't have the answer, or the websites would have the answer. These are not equivalent tools. So I know that you're mentioning something different. You're talking about when you talk to the AI directly and it gives you sources. But even then, can you be sure that every single word of the AI, except for, you know, what it used to speak in coherent English, every single piece of information came from a reliable source? unless you check every single source to make sure that that's the case, in which case you're just wasting more time than you should. So what's the point of it? Again, a tool that is 90% reliable is actually 0% reliable. And a tool where you need to manually verify to make sure that, same reason, again, the exact thing of if it's not 100% reliable, it's unreliable. Now, granted, of course, just because something is on a website doesn't make it true, but it's the double of that. Unreliable source with an unreliable narrator on top of that. Might as well just keep the first one. And again, there are more safety checks to ensure reliability. Like again, on Stack Overflow, an existing answer, of course, the person marking it as solved, people commenting, upvotes, all of it. I don't think they call it upvotes. On Reddit also, same thing. If somebody in the comments is like, I don't think this is true, much more likely for me to get it wrong. To not get it wrong. We won't really see the AI. I mean, you have to go into the website and get that. And if a person uses a project, uses AI for a project and went deep in the project, one issue came that AI cannot solve and you too cannot, because your problem solving and coding skills were gone. There's that. And there's also what I believe is happening to Zed, which is that their code is so AI slop at this point that it probably doesn't make sense. Sure, everything has flaws, but I don't know. Can you tell a difference between someone who litters and someone who murders people? Slightly different. Oh, they both did something wrong. So what's the difference? I might as well go with the murderer. Probably not the best way to think about it. They both leave a mess behind. Alright, well, you found the similarities. Also, hello, Stony. AI would have low-key been better accepted if it didn't mold the hardware economy and didn't promise a world while under-delivering. That's the entire thing. Also, AI is a PR disaster. I have no idea. Look, I have seen a lot of shitty late-stage capitalism shit happening in the last few years, this decade pretty much. Very accentuated around November 2024 and early 2025, just to give you a little ballpark date with absolutely no relations to world politics or anything like that. But I'm not an expert on the topic, but I do not get what the point, like what the marketing strategy for AI is at this point. The only thing that I can see is they're way beyond the point in which you can say no to it. Are you gonna not use Google? Are you gonna not use social media? Are you gonna not use the internet? If your job makes you use it, are you gonna say no? So who cares? That's probably the only strategy that I can see. Couldn't tell you. Phones didn't do the same thing? Okay, so let's see the difference between a drug dealer and a murderer now. It's gotten worse. One's addictive. One sells you something that is addictive. The other one kills people. Both are bad, sure. One slightly worse, but most importantly, the phones actually provided value at some point or another. When has AI provided value to the average person? To the average person. Get out of the AI bubble There's more to the world than programming. There's more to the world than technology. Um, Even though we have built the world to rely on technology, and then we fucked it all up. And AI is just helping do that even more. So now you Google something, you don't get an answer unless it's through AI. You try to do anything, AI is there. You try to talk to customer support because you're having an issue, AI is there and it refuses to acknowledge that you have an issue. Straight up does not listen to you. I have a fan that I've been trying to return to Amazon. I want to make sure that if I return it to them, they don't sell it to somebody else because it literally smells like burning. I have not been able to talk to a human about this issue. The AI is just telling me how to return. It's just giving me the straight up basic instructions for how to return an item. Which, by the way, I had to purposefully ignore in order to get to the AI in the first place. But let's ignore that. I understand that, but you need to at least acknowledge that I have a problem. So every industry, everything that AI has touched, it has made actively worse. Genuinely has not helped in the slightest. The average person has not helped them in the slightest. It's made a lot of people super addicted to it in the worst way possible. It's created hardware shortages. It's made the environmental situation so much worse. They're straight up just like cannibalizing any resources we have in order to feed them to AI. And in exchange of that, it has provided something of dubious value to maybe some programmers. Which you have to be incredibly careful to make it useful. In the slightest. And frankly, the time that you're wasting in making sure that it is actually useful and not lying to you, you could have just done the thing yourself. So it's automating things in a way that's making them slower, worse, less reliable, not reliable at all. Again, less than 100% reliability is 0% reliability. For automation, specifically. Right, because obviously, you have to discern, yeah, but like, an automation tool that is not 100% reliable is 0% reliable. And a learning tool that is not 100% reliable is also 0% reliable. Because you need to verify everything that it tells you. So, again, dubious value. And I'm being so very generous with the word dubious there. In exchange for everything else that we've been made to sacrifice, because we didn't get asked to sacrifice anything in exchange for AI, all of a sudden it was like, hey, by the way, AI is here, so no more hardware, no more software, no more electricity for your town. We need it for the fucking data center. No more jobs. You don't need a job, man. We have Claude. Feels a little unbalanced. Feels like, the usual Silicon Valley strategy used to be like, sell at a loss, get people hooked on your product, and then raise the prices. AI is just like, make people hate you. Don't know what comes after that. Couldn't really tell you. It's time to make my own RAM. Be careful there, Sam Altman might want to visit you. Either to make you very, very rich, or to threaten you. Not sure which one. Not sure he knows which one. He's just on his way. You'll just have to wait and see. Also, on a personal level, I'm very terrified for his children. Because those children, like, probably barely interact with anything real. Ever. their father is like straight up a super antisocial villain. And he has adopted like 2 kids, I think. Yeesh. He unfortunately has children, yes. Someone, that's the worst part. It's not even like it was adopted. Somebody saw this man and was like, give him custody. And someone who married him. Do you realize how crazy that is? I used AI to fix Microsoft's AI slop. That's not really the counterpoint that you think it is. I don't know about this one, man. Sam Altman pushing for AI in parenting? Oh, that was not him pushing for AI in parenting. That was him giving parenting advice as a dad. Eye for an eye, slop for a slop. Exactly. Amazon went its server off for more than 10 hours. Just... Your security center works again, sure. But if Microsoft hadn't vibe coded, you wouldn't have had the problem in the first place. Also, sure, Microsoft has never written particularly good code. It's always been artificially propped up by contracts and shit. And certain friendships. But it's just gotten worse. Either humans are paid. You paid to get this right. They're paid to get it right. We all know how the real world operates. Yeah, sure, but why wouldn't my argument then be okay? So let's just go along with it. Oh, sure. All this awful shit is happening. Let me actively participate and defend it. I'm not gonna go with it. Obviously, different examples that you're giving versus AI, but it's in the same ballpark. Age verification is insane. So stupid. So fucking stupid. God! Anyway. By the way, this is bothering me, so I'm gonna put it like that. Don't think I even need to... Oh no, I do need to do a command here. I added list. So good. I got to fix some formatting as well. Using a VPN or stopping using social media is fair. The problem is social media itself is moving to do that. I remember when the UK added age verification and Twitter was like, because of the new laws in the UK and Europe. Look, I understand Elon is dumb as rocks, but he has to know the difference, right? You have to have a team of lawyers, right? What do you mean UK and Europe? That's not a thing. It's going to be a social media curfew for 16 to 18, midnight to 6 a.m. Also, I do have to say, the under 16 bans, and I did not even know about the curfew. It's genuinely hard to keep up with how many people are doing age verification in the most ridiculous way. But I am, sounds selfish, but super glad I am not a teenager nowadays. Because, and to a certain extent, OS level age verification can actually allow me to bypass having to give my ID to anyone, because I've had my account for long enough that they know I'm an adult, and I have my credit card with them. So, well, actually no, but I have a payment method that is verified, so in that way they know that I'm an adult, and they don't get to ask me, they don't need to ask me for my ID. But we've genuinely made the actual world hostile to anyone, most importantly to teenagers, and now we're doing the same thing to the digital world. So while I understand they should be kept safe, they have parents for a reason, first off. And second, what are they genuinely supposed to do? Like, what is a teenager 16 to 18 in the UK supposed to do nowadays between 11 and 6 a.m.? Sleep? Sure, but 11 is kind of early, not gonna lie. So you just, on a Saturday night, what are you gonna do? Okay, you don't have any plans. Um, it's hard to make plans with friends with no social media. So you don't have any plans. And you're just gonna be sitting there staring at the wall like this. Because you don't have access to the internet? No, sure, you have access to the internet, but you don't have access to any interesting websites. Maybe you get Netflix. Maybe you get to watch TV. You get to consume a little bit. You're under 16. What are you gonna do? You can't go anywhere without a legal guardian. Your parents all work two jobs because they don't have enough money to just have one parent stay at home or like take care of the kids. So they're both constantly working if they're not working multiple jobs. Several places I've seen like are straight up just banning anyone under 16 without parental supervision, like malls and shit. This is something I've seen online. It's not something I've seen myself, but it is a thing. So genuinely, what do? You just sit there like this the entire time? Like if you're a 15-year-old, do you just like get home from school? You just sit down on the edge of your bed and you just sit like this. Only 18 more hours till I go to school again. Woohoo! Only 17 more hours and 59 minutes till I get to go to school again. Woohoo! What are you supposed to do genuinely? Genuinely. I don't get it. I don't get it. They need to bring back gaming consoles and video stores. You weren't here when I mentioned that I was playing Microsoft. Skill issue, okay? Microsoft. Flight Simulator 2024. And my internet went out for a second, so I couldn't play. I kind of get why, because it's like based on a real world map. But age 13 to 15 using Linux without the internet and learning C from man pages. Like the good old days. Microslop to Megaslop. Oh, they should be Megaslop. 100%. Microshaft is not a bad one. But that's what they do when they fire you, though. Macroslop has microshafted 500 employees this week. They are expected to microshaft another 1,000 employees by the end of the month. They can download a local LLM. Oh, that's the plan. Unix Renaissance. 14-year-olds getting banned off the internet so they read man pages. Should we expect a return to the analog? I'm gonna go with yes. And by expect, I mean it's already here, but in small, unimportant ways. But 100% expect that to happen. Because, like, they're making the damn thing unusable. They turned the entire world digital, and then they made the digital world unusable. And what little remains of the physical world is also becoming unusable. Great job, leaders. World leaders. Amazing. Wouldn't mind going back to email messaging. My messages are in a passworded zip. There's probably better ways of doing that, like decentralized um, messaging. Hold on, can you just create a Minecraft server with your friends and just communicate through books or chat? They probably disable chat, but like, can't you just write a book and then just put it down and your friend picks it up and responds? Depends on the server. Well, if you create the server to talk with your friends. Not an existing server. That's a cool thing, you can host Minecraft servers. If I ever end up making a multiplayer game, which it's not really my favorite genre, so it's not something I want to build necessarily. But sometimes I do think, damn, this game idea would be better with multiplayer. Then again, I feel like that's a trap. But I would do it like that. You host your own servers. It's like they were onto something with Minecraft with that one. Now they were not onto something with Java, but they were onto something with the servers. Very smart. Okay. Well, we have been talking about AI for almost 45 minutes. That's true. Although now it's Minecraft. Roblox. Yeah, but Roblox can prevent you from talking. I'm talking about self-hosted Minecraft server. Isn't Roblox is centralized? It's not really hosted. It's not really hosted by you, I mean. It's hosted by them. I don't know. I've only ever really played Roblox once, and counting it as playing is a strong word. Anyway, a long time ago, in this very galaxy, I built a very basic implementation of, oh, that's cool, of a scripting language that I can use for 3D programs. Didn't get very far, although I do have to say, considering I have, like, I made Octree, I could have made Cube, but the entire implementation of the Octree and the Cube is like so broken that I didn't feel like doing it. But I do have that. So I've officially added scripting to this thing. I need to add floating points, by the way, because I don't have that, and negative numbers. I need those two quickly. I think most likely what I'm gonna do for negative numbers is check if there's a space, right? So this is not an, that's definitely not a negative number. This is not a negative number because there's a space in between. This is a negative number. Actually, if you look at the colors, even though like this is the same thing, right? I can do this and I can do this, and it results in the same thing. It doesn't change the fact that it's technically two things. Actually, is this a valid expression? The first one? In C? Maybe in another language it is, but in C, is it? I just plop it down here and see. Seems like it is. Okay. So yeah, it's -5. Right, but, yeah, no, the problem that I have with negative numbers, which has been a way before the Lisp, has been a problem before Lisp, has been a problem in my old programming language, is the fact that it sees this and it parses this and then it parses this separately. Whereas instead, I need to kind of do a little bit of a lookup. If I found a minus sign, hold on, is there a number right after it? And if that's the case, then it's a negative number, not a minus sign alone. Making your own proprietary mesh format. No, I'm just making the equivalent of this. Shall we make the corn again, everybody? Geometry nodes. Which is a scripting for Blender. I blanked on the word. So we can make a cube. We can take that cube and subdivide it. And then we can take that subdivision and instance on it. And we can take that and instance balls on it. And bada bing, bada boom, we made a little bit of a flotation device for a cocaine brick. That's not how that was supposed to work. So I ended up making corn by just making this kind of very... Oh, right, the problem is that I'm not actually putting the corn in. And then I forgot how I did it. I completely forgot how I did it. It's getting weird. I don't know. I was just explaining how geometry nodes work, and then I ended up making something that looked like corn. I also made a companion cube with balls. Essentially just this, pretty much. Right, but the point is I want to be able to do this, but with scripting, and also editable at runtime, even though my Lisp is not ready for that. It was on a cube of some sort or sphere. Like, I started out making a cube, size 1 by 1 by 1, and then I did this wrong. And I need to move you out. There we go. The sphere was much smaller, so that's one thing. It was 0.1, okay, so I made that. And then as I subdivide the mesh, it adds more points. Wait, I'm subdividing. What I did was a subdivision surface, which is a different thing. It makes the mesh kind of roundish. And then that is what goes in here as well. That. Right, so it makes the mesh kind of roundish, and then I can do this. I can subdivide it more. And more, and more. And then eventually started looking like worms when I subdivided it too much. But if you do it right, it can look like corn. Although I still don't remember. Maybe I do just need to subdivide as well. Not quite. Maybe subdivide after I do the subdivision surface. Just you go here. You go here. That's, yeah, a little bit more like it, but not really. Then we can make this whole thing like a little bit yellowish. Why am I not seeing it? I don't know. Professional. You need to apply it? Oh, like here? No. Set material. Okay, so right, because this is not the same mesh. Yeah, the mesh is actually still a cube. I'm just completely ignoring it and making my own thing out of it. All right. So there's our star of the show, our little corn star. Sorry. For no particular reason other than to show that you can do this. Eventually I might be able to do this with my Lisp thing. Because instance on points literally just means take a mesh, take the points of a mesh, so iterate through the points of this mesh, and every time you find that, put one of these objects in. Obviously, you want to do that in an optimized way, but couldn't be me. Might even be doing it in the GPU. something like that. Looks like a pill. What kind of pills do you take? Granted, it doesn't look like corn. The first one looked like corn. I haven't been able to reproduce it. Not fully, anyway. A little bit more. A little bit more. Yeah, it also, like, it doesn't help that I don't know what... You know the worst part? I have corn in my fridge. Like a full-on thingy of corn. Right, so... They should all be facing the same way. Whereas here you can very quickly see, like... yeah, okay. What if instead of a cube, we use, like, a capsule? Or a... Is it a capsule? No. But a sphere. We can use an icosphere. But, of course, an icosphere would need to be scaled. Single axis, so that I can scale him more on this axis than the other ones. That doesn't help much. If anything, it makes it worse. No, hold on. It looks more like... Look, okay. Let's put it this way. If you made me play a game with a corn that looks like this, I would think it's AI generated. However, it's not too bad. Let me try with a real sphere then. Holy shit, okay, this is gonna kill my GPU. Let's lower that. Okay, that's way too much corn. To be fair, the radius is super huge. No, wait, hold on. No. Your radius is fine. It's your radius that's wrong. Smaller still. Bigger. Meh. Meh. Anyway. You think the goal of everyone should be to learn low-level systems and stop relying on game engines and anything that helps them to achieve their goal faster, and basically write Temple OS, rewrite Blender, rewrite an IDE from the ground up? And that is what actually matters? No, that software already exists. Why would you need to do that? You can do that if you want. I'm doing it because I want to, but you don't have to do that. The reason that I want to make my own game engine and my own things is because I've run into the limitations of existing tools, and they are... Look at the cursed top of the thing. This is so ugly. Anyway, the Hindenburg's looking a little bit weird. The cussy. I was trying to find a way for it. I can't realize cussy was right there. It's so simple. It's also on the bottom, by the way. No, you can rely on existing tools, especially if they're reliable. You shouldn't rely on unreliable tools. That's my point. But no, the reason that I'm making my own game engine is that I spent 2 years making something in Unreal Engine, constantly fighting against the engine. Another issue that I was talking about geometry nodes is one time, again in Unreal Engine, but it is completely unrelated. And to be fair, this is something I should have immediately realized I wouldn't be able to do, but I just got tunnel vision. I wanted to do this. I created like a flower that could actually grow through geometry nodes. You could modify the growth parameter, and it would automatically like start small, then grow the stem, then start growing the... Someone told me the name of it, but the little center of it, and then petals would appear. And then I realized that that entire thing cannot be modified at runtime. It can only be modified within Blender. And then I found a tool that could modify it within Unreal, but even then, it's not at runtime. So unfortunate. Is there a 3D SVG thingy? What do you mean 3G 3G? Well, 3D formats are okay. What I'm talking about is modifying the values through the scripts, right? So modifying like these values. Why is it so unevenly spread out? You try something like Raylib or SDL or just went straight to kernel dev? Okay, so kernel dev has nothing to do with the game engine. I decided to go all in. TBF. I do use Raylib for cross-platform. So technically, right there is Raylib actually. From when I used to use GLFW. I started with Raylib, then I moved down to GLFW. Now I'm moving back up to Raylib. And I'm glad I can do that. Do we save the corn? Nah. Let them starve. Let them eat cake. There's not any corn-based cake. Are there corn-based cakes? I hope not. That would probably be awful. I say coming from a country that makes a lot of corn stuff. Creates a kernel in 15 seconds and is not creating a kernel. Okay. Motherfucker. I just got that. I was like, what do you mean 15 seconds? And then I got it. I've been working on this for over a year. Never mind. Fuck right out. That's so corny. Alright, everybody. Wait, have you seen Brett Victor's talks? Who is Brett Victor? Brett Victor. Human being. That's what his website says. Brett Victor. Human being. I should fucking hope so. I didn't think Jester's brother was gonna give me a talk on the future of programming. Might give me a talk on like how to best protect a wine cellar against rats, but I don't know. Let me see. If I watch this, it's not gonna be on this computer, so I'm gonna have to close it. Inventing on Principle. Interesting name. Wait, hold on. I do have Twitch chat on here, so I have something to watch for tonight. GLFW is just a windowing library. I like it, but for example, I'm already writing like custom code for doing the rendering. I will be doing audio stuff soon. So while Raylib assumes that it will be doing those things that I'm actually doing, that's the reason that I moved to GLFW. But now I'm thinking like, shit, now I want audio. It would have been so easy with Raylib. Even if I have to patch the code, which I have for Raylib, to use my own color format, it's easier with an existing code base. And Raylib, by the way, as an existing code base, incredibly easy to work with. Sure, you have to understand what you're doing, but it's genuinely pleasant. It doesn't get complex at any point that I've seen so far. So that's pretty cool of Raylib. Also, the API, like it's actually such a good library. Raylib is such a good library. So I focus on writing code for my OS, and for writing code once that works everywhere else, Raylib helps me with that. And sometimes I do have to write some code to fix Raylib. Oh, not to fix it, but to make it do things that it does in a different way by default. But shit, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And even patching it, super fun, super easy. I actually did like, let's see if Z works today. Vibecoded piece of Yeah, so here it is actually. I added like BGR8 format, even though it works on Mac, so not on Linux. So I think there's like an extra thing that I haven't done on here. But this is it. This is for the software renderer. So I'm not using the software renderer, but there it is. Not even sure what this was, but I did it anyway. This is for color masks. This is what actually makes it work. Right, so the red is actually here, and the blue is actually the first one. Invert those two, the rest is fine. Then probably a couple of these weren't even necessary. But literally just like change a couple defaults, which again might not even be necessary. Introduce the actual enum that I'm using everywhere. And then this is where it does the actual configuration. Internal format. Oh my god. That's the bug. Isn't it? No. No, never mind. This code is not compiled. Why am I not allowed to modify it? Oh, this is commit code, so okay. Okay, I thought I found the bug. Because, like, this thing works on Mac but not on Linux. And I'm not entirely sure why, because the configuration for GLFW should be the same. For any game like FPS or third person. So I was mentioning that I want to make like a flight simulator type of thing, prototype. Because I want to make something like that. And the main game that I'm working on is more of like a sandbox hacking game type of thing. So the fact that the game is... No, I'm talking about like game engine. Like I would want to make a... Well, to be fair, I don't really need a game engine to make a flight simulator. So maybe that's something I do just for the renderer. That might be a thing, genuinely. Why not? For the hacking game, you kind of need to... Some level of like reflection to a certain extent would be really useful for making the game easily scriptable. That would then allow you, and also scriptable in a user-friendly way. That would then allow you to make hacks in the game. And I tried doing something similar to that, as well as a very utility-based AI like the Sims has, and procedural objects, and Unreal Engine does not like those things. Unreal Engine has procedural tools, has smart objects, doesn't really have utility-based AI, but it does have gameplay abilities, which I used for that. But everything I did was a hack. Because Unreal expects you to do things in a very specific way. And if you don't do them that way, then you're screwed. You don't get to use that system at all, you have to make your own. Unity and Godot are much more DIY. But even then, they have their own limitations. So rather than run into their limitations, I just make my own thing. Then again, the architecture of the types of games that I like to make, more simulation-like, more... the rules of the simulation are the actual rules of the world type of thing. Very much needs deeper level into the... deeper access into the engine than an average game. No, I'm talking about like a game. To be fair, I haven't really been working on it that much because I needed something to hack. So I started working on a different game while I developed the engine a little bit more. The library that powers it, all of that stuff. So, how is it 1 a.m.? What the actual fuck? Alright, I'll need to end the stream. But yeah, it is an actual game. Just I've been working on a different one so I could iron out what the mechanics should look like. Now I get to work on it again. 3D engine might be 2.5 to be fair, but I want a 3D engine to power it to a certain extent. Not sure exactly where I want to go with that, but yeah. All right, everybody. It's 1 a.m. Don't even know how this happened. Besides the fact that I've been yapping for 2 hours, I haven't been writing code. Okay, so I did this thing. Might use it to actually make the flight simulator directly in here.
Bash Bunny ready your channel with 356 viewers.
Well, that's Bash Bunny, thank you for the raid, as I was just leaving, unfortunately. So everyone keep your shoes on. Probably should keep going a little bit longer at this point. All right, keep one shoe on. I'll keep going for a little bit. At the very least, explain the context of what I'm doing. But I did write this code today. Literally just this. But okay, no, actually, in all of the yellow and green files over here, those don't matter. The important code is this, which allows me to create meshes procedurally with this code. You're on the same code, you're actually same boat, you're actually hungry. Interesting. Okay. Right, okay, I'm gonna just stay for 5 more minutes, answer a few questions, as I say. Hello, all raiders, by the way. Usually I do operating system development, so I do lower level stuff. As low level as I'm willing to go, because you could go hardware, but no thank you. I don't even like writing driver code, to be completely honest with you. But today I decided to do something a little different. I also do game development sometimes, app, all kinds of stuff. So I have this 3D renderer that I decided to make scriptable using Lisp. Lisp, I made a Lisp interpreter. By the way, my favorite, best, absolutely best, goated scripting language, Lisp, my beloved. So I used this Lisp to make my operating system's shell scriptable, but the way that I did it makes it very easy to make other things scriptable. I wanted to use it for my game engine, but I'm also using it for the 3D renderer so I can make kind of procedural meshes. I do have to admit I couldn't really be bothered making a proper procedural message, so I'm just calling a pre-existing octree rendering function. But hey, it renders an octree. It also doesn't even have floating point support, so I have to use these numbers for the vector. But hey, all of that stuff has been implemented. And it's supposed to work similar to geometry nodes. I'm not making the corn again. I made a thing of corn earlier using geometry nodes, so scripting, but in visual in Blender. So it's supposed to be similar to that, but eventually if I make this thing more optimized and the 3D renderer based on Vulkan, I should be able to do... does it work with Node 5? I'm not sure if you're asking because you know the answer or not, but the answer is no, and I don't know why. Wait, what? Okay. Okay, never mind. I was just joking. Don't worry about it. Of course it works with less than 5. 5 is the depth of the octree. The rate fixed. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. Can we try 10? Can we try 1? Okay. So it started working with 3, which it didn't before. And 4, which it didn't before. Okay. But the actual issue with it is that
Mudrik Marco subscribed to your channel for 1 month.
I think it's like the rendering distance. So I think changing these values is what made it work. Mudry Marco, thank you for the subscription. And welcome. Mudrick Marco. I read that wrong. So welcome. So yeah, most likely that's what went wrong. So if I do 3, 3, 3. Alright, so it's just camera position. That's what went wrong before. But why does 1 not work? That should render a cube. The thing that worries me about 1 not working is that, like, if you look at the code, at least it's probably not working like this, but if you look at the code, right, this is 5. It's rendering a recursive octree from depth 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And an octree is just this, pretty much subdividing a cube into 8 slices. It's, can't really see it, but there's, yeah, the controls are finicky. If you look at the code for it, the way that it works is it starts at x, y, and z, 0, 0, 0, and it subdivides 0, 0, 0, and for everything else it just makes a cube. So bottom left is the subdivided ones, which means this is depth 5, this is depth 4. But then, oh, this multiplication is probably done wrong, which is why it changes locations depending on the depth. So, no, not necessarily. This is supposed to be the multiplication, I think. I don't know, this is code that I wrote months ago. I just copied it because I needed a base to have the scripting, which is what I did today. So I'm not sure about it. That moved, didn't it? I think that moved. Let me try. 2 works. Two works. 3 works. And 4 works. And 6 works? 6 works! Oh, wait. When the mesh grows too much, this is one mesh. Because this is one mesh, you're inside of it. Yeah, okay. The way that I'm calculating the origin point is wrong. That's the point. That's why it disappears. I think the code is working, it's just not rendering it properly. If I could move the camera around, I probably could do it better. Is that right to stream development in the voice channels of your Discord? Rule-wise, yes. However, there is like a special kind of channel that you can have on Discord where one person can stream but not everyone else. Because otherwise, yeah, that would be very chaotic. So let me look into that. And remind me tomorrow if I haven't today, by the way. Yeah, I'm not against it. I just think I would need to like create a proper channel for that. I think it's called a stage or something like that. I'm not sure. And also Discord before like tried to crash my whole stream, so let's not open it right now. Stage, yes, that's what it's called. All right. So yeah, I think the flight simulator idea that I had, I might just build it outside of a game engine, just inside of here. Because like I said, I don't really want to make it super detailed. I don't really want to make a flight simulator with literally all the like bells and whistles, all the little buttons. I got so overwhelmed actually trying the flight simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it is pretty cool. And Kerbal Space Program as well. But I want to make like a mix. Like I want to make an interplanetary flight sim, but you just fly, and there's stuff to see maybe occasionally, you know, to not make it super boring. it doesn't really need any gameplay. So I might as well just make it into a render thing. Space flight sim. This is not the one you mean because you meant a mobile game. Sure. Which was there. Oh, I've seen this. Although, man, to be fair, like, this game, by the way, charged full price. Still on Steam at full price. The studio shut down. How is that legal? Pretty sure it's still on Steam at full price. Um, what is the name of the vehicle assembly building? Do we not? What's going on here? To be announced. It's not even released. Very interesting. By the way, Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program, great game. Kerbal Space Program 2, has it gone down in price? No. But anyway, release date, 24th of February 2023. It got delayed a while, which is okay. Got released super early access. It couldn't really run on most people's computers unless you were on a literal NASA computer. And then, the last update was made over 2 years ago. The information and timeline described to developers may no longer be up to date. Here's the thing. Intercept Games is an abandoned flight simulator developed by Intercept Games and published by Private Division before the former was shut down. The studio literally does not exist anymore. And this game is still on Steam at full price. And now there's also a copycat for some reason. To be fair, they are making like other games, like Kitten Space Agency is made by the same people that make Kerbal Space Program, if I'm not mistaken. These are very AI generated. To be fair, this is a Let's Play YouTuber. Fan poster, AI generated. So yeah, this is an actual game that's like Kerbal Space Program 2, but why is that on sale at full price? What do you think about NixOS? I don't like any Linux, to be honest. I cannot stand this operating system. It's not an operating system. GNU Linux is the name of it, and it's also just the kernel. At this point, I'm the only person saying that. Nobody's even corrected me when I call Linux an operating system. Well, sometimes they have. Well, recently they haven't, but I've just started saying that every time I call it an operating system. Anyway, I don't like it. If the publisher shut down, all the money goes to the developers? Oh, the developers are no longer working on it. The developers are working on Kitten Space Agency. Kitten... Yeah, I think they're working on that. I think that's the one that they're working on. I don't think they're working on... no one's working on Kerbal Space Program anymore. The studio doesn't exist anymore. The entire thing was shut down. How it's still on Steam, I don't get it. I don't understand how that is a legal thing that can happen. I mean... But the first game is pretty cool. By the way, you will find references to... I put a little Easter egg in my operating system. No, really, I just have a kernel stack pointer, so KSP. Which, by the way, is one of the things that I had to modify to do the whole interruptible syscalls that I've been working on this week. This game is really fun. They also collabed with NASA at some point. That was pretty cool. But the original game is pretty fun. The second game is unfinished. It has fewer things than the original. It runs worse. It's abandoned. They were promising multiplayer, space colonies, all of these cool things, and then they never delivered any of it. Unfortunate. Anyway, now if I build something, like, I would want to build something a little bit space-like. But the reason, like, I wanted to make a flight simulator before, but last week I played Outer Wilds, and I'm not gonna show screenshots of anything. That game, like, genuinely, the game itself is a spoiler. So I don't want to show it, but it is planetary. And it's very small planets, very, very small planets. Genuinely, you can walk across some of them easily before you even run out of like 5 minutes of oxygen or something like that. So it's super, super quick. But even then, it's fun to go from planet to planet. To fly between them, to do all that stuff. So yeah, like a miniature space flight sim. Also works within the atmosphere. Is something that I would want to prototype at the very least. And I genuinely have no idea why I wanted to do it in a game engine when I could just make it in the renderer itself, because it doesn't need major gameplay. Everything in it would be completely static to a certain extent. And I don't really need a game engine for it. Also, my game engine is ECS. Not really much of a point to doing that. The only thing better than tightly packed together data structures is no data structures. So, not much of a point to that. All right. You kind of have to learn a new programming language to use NixOS? Listen, as somebody who has developed, who is asking you to write shell scripts in Lisp in my operating system, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm so confused by that. Man, why are none of the people that I follow ever live when I want to rate them? I literally saw a guy streaming like 30 minutes ago and I was like, okay, I might rate him. Gone. Next language basics. One plus two. Revolutionary. By the way, this is how you do that in Lisp. Except in my Lisp, I don't support these types of things, so you have to do it like this. I'll probably work on the tokenizer a little bit these days. Can you show me the actual language? It really bothers me when they say, we're going to show you the language, and they start with the smallest little thing and never actually show me anything useful from the language. By the way, since I'm complaining about that, this is how you do that. Look at the Odin. First thing you see on it teaches you how strings work, how to iterate over strings, how to do switches, how to do format printing, not just hello world, how to do packages, imports, strings support emojis. This is how you do it. Design-wise, and like user experience-wise, Odin is peak. Oh. my desktop freeze for a second. Okay, so far we've learned how to... Okay, I like that. It's just JSON without the parentheses, but I mean the quotation marks. To be fair, in C you can do the same thing with period at the beginning and commas here instead of semicolons. Recursive attribute set. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. Okay, can you do actually something in this language that is more than adding numbers together, or is it just a glorified calculator? Because I'm not seeing anything useful here. Do you have impurities? It's an impure language. What do you mean? Declaring data and transforming it with functions. The link derivations are discussed later. There is only one impurity, that is reading files from the file system as build inputs. Okay, so that's how you do paths. Does this feel complex for the sake of complexity? I'm gonna see their website and tell you yes or no immediately, the first thing I see. Yes. Just looking at that website, I can tell. It is complexity for the sake of complexity. Okay. See, I had to go back one page because I needed to ask, is this an actual OS? Because you call it a tool, not an OS. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. What is going on? So yeah, just by knowing that, I can tell that seems like just complexity for complexity's sake. And just to finish it up, still not seeing any kind of anything useful here in this damn thing. All right, so it's a complex tool that is also an OS, perhaps, debatably. All right. Raid. Obviously same category, Twitch. Who else are we gonna do? Come on. Alright, to the people that I follow on Twitch, be available for raids, man. What are you doing? You're never live when I'm trying to raid someone. I'm trying to support you. This is how you repay me. Alright. Godot it is. You're in chat, so you're forgiven. Alright. Godot it is, and I'm gonna go have dinner actually, because it's 1 a.m. and I have not eaten. Can Nix? No, you can only add two numbers together. Exactly. Nix is a calculator. That's why it's not an operating system. It's a calculator. Also, why is my stream yellow? You want to start streaming, but not to. All right, I'll look into the thing that I mentioned, the stage thing on Discord. That seems like an interesting thing. All right, everybody. I'll see you Friday. Bye, YouTube. Forgot to actually close the stream.